Testing. Okay. My bad. I pressed the button to start, but YouTube doesn't load unless I switch to that YouTube Studio screen. So it should have started 2 minutes earlier. But anyways, yes, today's plan is the same as we have before, except I have found the data that I require in order to execute it. So again, we need to go through all these red things. Hello Igami, hello Gtalk. And so again, we need to go through all these like red stuff, high priority testing stuff that's required. Hello Curio. And primarily yesterday, hello Lord Silver, hello George, oh my god. Yesterday we were trying to go for this, but all we managed to do was really set up basically get the model up to speed, I suppose. Up to its basic state. And today I have went ahead and found all the information that I think I need to proceed. And by that I mean I found a YouTube series. It's made by Live 2D Joku, so it's a YouTube channel that does Live 2D content, and specifically they are teaching it in a way that's very sort of like a class, right? Because Juku just kind of means like a cram school. And they charge 12.99 Canadian pesos a month for their forbidden knowledge, and that is what I've done. I have paid for this forbidden knowledge, and I will be watching it and then going through like the thing with our model today. So previously I was talking about how I was following Rabiemon's tutorial, and instead of using the model, I'm using my own model. It's kind of like the same thing, except this time it's a lot more experimentally, because it's not as structured as before anymore. We're just picking and choosing specific parts of the tutorial, and then we're trying to apply it to what we have, and apply it to a different extent, and applying it onto a different model, all of which may have some issues. Oh, actually, this is an interesting thing. You know what? Okay, I'm just gonna show you guys the link, and I'm gonna put it here. This is a bit tricky. I need to swap out the stuff. So basically, I bought it on my other account. I kind of forgot that I have a different account here. I was gonna sort of just watch it on Firefox, but if this is the case, I kind of have to watch it on the Chrome side. But music is playing on the Chrome side, so I have to swap the music from the Chrome over to the Firefox, and then I'm just gonna watch it on that side, because otherwise you guys would be hearing a bunch of Japanese conversation. So let me get that sorted out real quick. Technology. So let me swap this over here. The Firefox is now running. And music capture needs to be swapped out. How do you do that again? Anyway, so today is gonna be super slow, just because watching tutorial and then subsequently applying it and then trying to sort out problems and stuff like that. So it is going to be a little bit slower. Properties for music, executables, Chrome. Ah, I see what's happening. I see what's happening. So that stops the music for you guys. And this should have started it, but I don't know why it's not going through. Firefox, right? Capture audio session from a list of executables. This is Firefox. And filters, properties. That's interesting. It doesn't... It sees the application, but it's not able to capture the volume. I could do it the other way around. Okay, I'm gonna just try a few more things here. Good old trial and error. Remove that. So this guy now needs to... Let's go back to his original state here. So instead of this, I'm gonna capture from this executable. I'm gonna delete. Alright, I'm not playing it. So this is the normal state. Interesting. So, and I cannot make it work the other way around. Okay, let me think. One second here. In that case, I think it might be easier for me to just open the incognito window and do it that way. If I have a Firefox incognito, then I won't mess up the sessions. And because it's Firefox, it doesn't get captured, and everything can carry on as per normal. I don't have to worry about stuff breaking. Uh-oh. Oops, that's not the right thing to start. Don't crash. Yes, sir. So that is done. Skip. Not now. Okay, very cool. So problem solved. Kind of. Oh my god, what a pain, yes. Where's my Firefox? Okay, so I can drop this. Hello, Yugami. Wait, no, I said that already. Anyways, yes. So that took a couple of minutes to sort out, but basically not much is gonna happen on my screen just because I'm gonna be watching tutorial and trying to understand what they're saying. Specifically, I'm gonna target the so I was talking about how you can make it so that whenever the hair moves here, for example, this front hair as it's shaking with all these movements, right now you can see like it's maintaining that sort of line art to I mean, the line art is always visible. It's essentially what it is. And if we don't want that, we will need to have to separate the line art and the colors in a specific way and then rig it up in a very specific way. So that is kind of what I'm trying to hope to work on right now. And I haven't really watched the so-called tutorial. It's not really a tutorial. It's like a 2-hour stream where they kind of talked about it. And I don't know which part of the 2 hours I need to watch, so it's going to be a very slow process. But we don't need to watch the whole thing, because honestly all I need to know is look at how they split the layers, look at how they did the meshing, and then look at what movement is on which layer, and then that's it. And then we can figure out everything else ourselves, because we don't have to worry about the movement of the hair and stuff like that. That's all up to us. So I'm gonna have to be doing that for a bit. I'm just gonna leave a note on the OBS here, so it's obvious what I'm doing behind the scenes. How much hair they split in the other model? Okay, so the one thing that I do know so far is that, for example, where is the thing? Okay, I can't quite show you guys the full thing. I can show you guys the abridged version, like the short version. And I'll just briefly, I'll be explaining everything that I know. I don't know how, like, you know, like how great that is, because I'm basically, you guys can basically learn it through me directly instead of paying money to them. But like, I think that's just kind of how things are anyways in real life. You learn something, you teach someone else the same thing. I don't know, I don't think that's illegal. So but in any case, this is what they have as a digest of the 2-hour stream. So a 10-minute digest of a 2-hour stream where they talk about the stuff that they talk about in that 2-hour stream. And here you can see that this front bundle of hair, we have essentially split it into the right side. So this is the right side, the character's right side, the character's left side, and then the middle group, right? And then along with the stuff on top here, this darker color highlight here, that is what forms basically this middle group that we have. So we have something similar where if you look at the hierarchy here, we have a hit front XY, and this is the XY warp deformer that actually gives it that sort of curvature perspective. Yes, the video is members only. You need to pay 12.99 Canadian pesos in order to get it. I don't know how much that is in, you know, other currencies. Yeah. So so up to this point, we have something similar in that if you look very closely at this, we have this guy here. This is the main group. This is the equivalent of our XY here. So we have to look at this one. This one is clearer because it has a hierarchy. So we have this, and we have all of these guys in here that are not sort of included by anything else. And then we have this hair length toggle, which is our own experiment. And then we have the Z angle, right? So for them, they have this one mesh here, and I don't know where their Z angle is. It could be higher up. It could be on the same thing that I do not know. But the idea is that afterwards, right now we currently have this X jiggle and Y jiggle where everything is in it. But we don't want this anymore. We're going to delete this. And the plan is to follow what they have. So essentially, for the 4 different groups, they're going to have 4 different warp deformers. And then within the warp deformer, there is going to be one based on the naming. So the first warp deformer is not for jiggles. The second one is for jiggles. And then there will be more jiggle that's applied onto the actual meshes themselves. So that appears to be the basic setup. And then the important thing is that in order for, so for example, see where they demonstrated this real quick. Right. So in order for this to be able to have the shapes merge and unmerge, as you can see, like the gaps are opening and closing. In order for this to work, you have to have the same setup that we did before, which is that you have essentially, we have a little bit more junk here. So just ignore that for now. So let's say this this tiny strand over on the side here, this one here, we will have the color on top, and then we will have the line art below, right? That's the basic setup of this thing. The one thing that is different between theirs and ours, which I realized I would have to redo, is that in order for the merging thing to work, it is best if every single bundle, every single singular bundle of hair, so we're not talking about like this big bundle of 3 and this big bundle of 2 and this big bundle of 3 in the middle. I'm talking about every single one. So this will be split into 3 different groups, this will be split into 3 different groups, and this will be split into 2 different groups. You will have to do that. So I was having this conversation yesterday where if you look at the one behind, if you just look at this one here, right? There's one part here and there's one part here. And currently we have them on the same sort of layer. And that is a problem. And it's a problem because you don't really get very good control on this part here. As we have seen, if I try to move this, it's really hard to sort of ensure that the gap closes unless you really go in and make your brush tiny and then be like, hey, I want to close this, you know. But this is very ugly. So from watching their food thing, the first thing I noticed is that every bundle has its own set of 2 layers. So if you look at all of these names here, so the first one means front hair, right? Then the next one says central, central. But these guys are the center ones, which is only referring to this specific bundle in the middle. Not the right one, not the left one, but just the middle. And within the middle, we have then subsequently left and right. So if we go back to the normal view here, you can see how there's a right side, middle side, and a left side. So each one of these are then separated into all of these different parts. And there, you can easily have them overlap. Hello, the virus. You can easily have them overlap. because all the colors are on top. So whenever the colors move, any line art layer is always blocked, right? And then the line art layers don't exactly move by themselves. I can't quite remember, but they basically glue the color and the line art together. So that whenever you move the bundle, every bundle moves in sync. What that means is that whenever I move something like this, the line art and the color will never split apart. So if they look like this, where they have this sort of relationship between the line art and the color, where the line art is always this thick, if you glue it correctly, it will always maintain that sort of thickness as it goes around. So, but because of the fact that all the line arts are behind, no matter how they move, let me just try and set it up here. So if I always move it like this, how you see how like right now it's distorting? That's because it's not set up quite correctly here. We need to be able to glue the meshes together, which right now, if I recall... Oh, they do have the same mesh? Okay. So for example, we will just take these guys, we'll enter meshing mode, we'll select everything, and then we'll just bind them. We'll come back out. This way, whenever we move something, they should move exactly the same amount. But if you set it up such that all the line art is behind, then if there's another color that sort of moves over on top here, for example, like the small guy, if this moves over on top, it would then subsequently block the line art from this part, and therefore allow the shapes to merge. It is separated before you import it into Live 2D, so you have to do it at the Clip Studio stage. Specifically, they only take Photoshop files, so you have to export it into Photoshop. So that's the part that I learned primarily. Like the first thing I learned today is that you have to have each bundle separated into its own set of 2 layers, which is a lot of work, you can imagine, because a lot of these hairs have a lot of bundles, which is why in this tutorial, all they ever did is just this, not the middle group of 3 hairs, but only the middle of the middle. Only this part here was split into this. And considering that this video is about turning the hair 90 degrees, and they have a very good effect on it, that might be enough already. At the very least for our testing stage, so you can see how it's merging together here. But for our testing stage, I'm just gonna do all 3 of them separate, and then I'm gonna do all 3 of these guys separate, so we can go the full length, basically, is what I'm thinking of. And then for the side hair, it might be considerable, but I think I'll probably only do that in the real model, where the real model will have a lot more fancier stuff. Hopefully, anyways, is the thing. I'm constantly upselling it, but I'm feeling very uncertain about the future, because I still don't know. I can't quite see the final image yet. So that is that. And right, the only thing I really need to find out from this 2-hour video right now is what thing is moving on what, right? So for what parameters, what is the parameter supposed to control, and what movement is being done on where for that specific parameter, and how is the physics sort of set up, and that's it. Actually, the physics part we can probably figure out ourselves. All I need to know is just the movement. So really, like the 12.99, if I can just buy their file for the model, there's really no need for the video at all. You just kind of figure it out on yourself by yourself. So that's the quick gist of the thing right now. I'm drinking bubble tea, so I can't really talk when I'm drinking, but anyways, so that is the plan. I think I'm going to be, for one, I'm gonna have to start splitting the layers first. What flavor? It's like just it's like a fruit tea. It doesn't have any sugar in it. It doesn't have any bubble in it either. No sugar either. It's kind of sour because of the fruits. So just fruit tea, yeah. Okay, so this hair I need to split. Man, it's too much sugar in everything, basically. So I have to split this guy up. So like line art like this would not really work anymore because all line art will always be behind everything. So they would just simply merge, essentially, is what's gonna happen. That is true. No bubbles either, right? Can I get bubble tea without the bubble and the tea? You just want a cup? Yes, I just want a cup, but you better put the lid on it. Yeah, no, this tea doesn't have any milk. Oh, right, bubble tea without the tea and the bubble. I guess it's just milk. Because bubble tea should have milk. Oh, is that bubble milk tea? I don't know what the... You know what the preference of the naming convention is. So I'm gonna just let the video run 2 times speed in the background. I won't be able to understand shit that they're saying, but okay, I don't know what the hell she's saying. She's saying it's speaking so fast, but like I just need to have it in the background to take a look at what the 2-hour stream is about, and find out what information I need is at what timestamp. They do have a timestamp thing, but I don't really know where's what still. So anyways, in the meantime, I do have to split this, so I'm just gonna split this first. It's gonna be kind of annoying because I have to oh man. So the easiest way would just to be to duplicate this and then only keep what I want for each layer. So I'm just gonna dupe that. So let's get the main group first. Do I have... Oh, I do have this. That's why it's really hard to control. Hang on. So now we have this, and then I'm gonna duplicate the back as well. What's that? And then this Live 2D Juku channel, they also have a lot of other stuff that is useful. So they have stuff like the Kamomimi animation and rigging. They have expressions. They have sparkly effects and like other miscellaneous things that I'll probably just go through on my own time. Like the stuff like the expression and the years, I probably do it on stream as well. That's the core. Once all the core stuff is cleared, then I can actually get the go ahead and start to rig the final one. Because I don't want to start until I know all the different aspects of it. Just in case that there are things that will end up need to be redone, like what we're doing right now. How does this look? Okay, so that's all the way on top. So I'm gonna have to keep this kind of wide then, I think. Something like this. Oh, やばいな、ここ。待って。ここ良くないね。Need to fill up this gap here. こんな感じかな。And then the small part as well. This one is a problem too, I think. No, it's not a problem. It's fine. Okay, that's perfect. Okay. And then we split the other one. Okay, it's a lot faster than expected, I guess. It's pretty straightforward. Oh my god. Japanese keyboard. Also, I feel like all my tutorials that I'm watching mostly are from Japanese individuals. Yeah, こっちはメインにしようかな、じゃあ。コピーとかじゃなくて、1の方がメインで、OK。Yeah, like this, right? Like even though I didn't actually rig the final model on stream here, basically everything that I've learned and tried to and spend time figuring out is still sort of recorded. So I think that's pretty nice. We don't have any Oh wait, hang on. Actually, you know what? The way I'm drawing this, is that fine? But yeah, anyway, so things are still being recorded, so I think that's nice. Oh, this might be a problem. If I split it this much, it's going to actually open up very high up, I think. So maybe this technique isn't very good for specific shapes, especially the ones at the bottom, unless you're willing to draw like maybe some weirder shapes up top and the parts where it merges. Well, not to mention like if you have a lot of detailed rendering, this is gonna be a pain to work with, I think. Oh yeah, we're gonna just experiment here. Oh, that would be quite cool. That would be nice, that would be nice. At the end of the day, everyone dies, and then everything ends. But if you can inspire other people to do things, then it's like, you know, proof that you existed. Because then the people that they inspire will also be indirectly as a result of what you have done before. Am I real? Hang on, this is, yeah, this part is broken here. So I didn't account for this before, hang on. Oh, that's 5 bajillion layers, so annoying. Yeah, I split it up too much here. Merci beaucoup. If I split it up exactly where they're supposed to break, then it's a problem. They need to have overlaps. If not, it's not going to overlap properly here. Yeah, there might be a lot of back and forth here. So I don't know how much to draw here. Because you do definitely want overlaps, but having too much overlap might also be a problem. Right now, it's not really a problem, but if you have a lot of rendering on this, like highlights or like other patterns in the hair, and each strand is supposed to be like its own individual thing, then if you overlap to the point where you have to carry over some of the other layers sort of textures, then it might get very complicated. But in the meantime, this will have to do. If that's the case, I should split the colors up a little bit more so I'm aware of all the different splits here. Just so that we are aware. Where's the other boy? Okay, the naming convention. I can't be bothered to rename this. Because if I rename it now, I have to deal with it in the... on the inside as well, but I should do it though. If I don't do it, it's gonna be even more pain in the ass. As things get more and more confusing inside. There we go. At least we can visually tell all the different parts. Let me take a quick look at the editor. Because these guys here... Yeah, okay, you know what? I am just going to... So the bonus about splitting up into this individual parts like this is that then it becomes very straightforward to rig, because it's just a strip, right? You don't really need to go along the borders anymore, I think. Wait, do you need to go along the borders? If you don't go along the borders, it might get shifted. But in this case, it's always glued together, so it doesn't really matter, does it? Okay. Anyways, the whole point of us being here is to try things out, so I might just try things out. Wait, no, hang on. This guy has already done it like this, but because it's thin, though. Alright, but in any case, in a situation like this, if I shift it, it kind of keeps that relationship, right? No, it does not. It kind of stretches open, right? Okay, I see. But only if you go this far, though. So you can see that the width got wider here. If the mesh instead sort of had... You have a row of dots here and a row of dots here to sort of basically hold on to the relationship of the width here, then as you shift it, it will not be affected. And actually, it's kind of representative right now. Like, as long as all these dots move the same amount, it doesn't get shifted. But we don't really need to go that far, though. Because we'll only be doing movement like this. Let me think. Okay. I think it's not an important problem at this point. Not that important at this point. Oh, you know what? I should rename it. I should rename it because I can have two sets of front hair then. I can have the set that we did before, and then we can have the new set here. I'm using Adobe Premiere Pro, which is a very fine-ish software. It has some weird bugs. It crashes sometimes. But the most annoying thing is, I think, it's the payment scheme, because they make you pay like by the year. They make you pay by the month, but you have to sign up by the year. So when you want to cancel and you have remaining payments that you have yet to make for the rest of the so-called year duration, they force you to make that payment first before they let you cancel, which is like super toxic. Because then you never do that because you're just paying for no reason. Yeah, I guess, yeah, you can find anything else, like just use something else. They're just trying to make you forget the fact that you have stuff, so that it goes over time, and then you end up paying for more. Oh shit, yeah, I cannot just keep this as 1 actually, because it's gonna replace what we have. So, oh boy, the naming is gonna be bad. Oh, I cannot even use 2. Okay, you know what? Double the numbers. All of them double the numbers. Piracy is theft. Only if when you buy the software, it actually belongs to you, right? Otherwise, it's not theft. Okay, 66, 1, 2, 5, 6. So these guys should be fine. I lost the original stuff, but I also do not really care. I think it will keep a copy of it in here anyways. So I think that should be fine. I'm just gonna import the new layers as new things here. Buying isn't owning, therefore piracy isn't theft. Let's see, folder 1 here. So these guys here are the new nonsense that is currently duplicated. Appears to be duplicated here. We shift them into position while we have them like this. Oh, never mind. It's... Sorry, why is it smaller? Are we reset? Why is this smaller? Oh, wait, what? No, why is it smaller actually? I didn't change anything here. But yeah, this one is wider. What the heck, bro? Okay. Okay, anyways, so length toggle. So everything is under the length toggle here. I'm gonna make a new part here. I'm gonna say O. All these guys go into the O one. Smart overlap. So what are these guys? No, those are below, right? So okay, yeah, these guys are all gonna go in. This guy is gonna just be renamed to new or something, and then move it down. And then only one thing I want outside, which is the XY, because I don't want to redo this. And all of these guys, I'm gonna put them in the new sort of warp deformer for length here. What did I call the other one? I should... Okay, you know what? I don't care. I'm just gonna redo it. Warp. Do not really care about the other settings there. That's fine. And then this guy gets assigned to my XY. Oh shit, a bit too fast. I think I did that a bit too fast here. Oh no, it's fine. These guys are not... Oh no, they are set to that. Okay, you know what? Go out to root. First, while I get this sorted out, you know what? That means I should just redo it. Let me just figure out where these guys are at the moment. This is below. Okay, I need to figure out why those guys are wider. I do like the wider version, so... Molded and bent a lot, changed sizes because of it? No, I think when I was shifting it around on one of the deformers, I might have copy and pasted certain forms into the default state. And then just kind of ruined it that way. It's not a big deal. There's an easy way to fix it, but... Like, you can just go to... You can just kind of select everything. Let me hide the new stuff first so it doesn't get confusing. So we only have the old stuff, right? And then if you come here, edit form, and you can reset to original, it will bring it back to its original state. Very easily too. But the thing is, I kind of like it. And I'm just kind of curious, where the hell did I screw this up? Actually, now that I think about it, I don't even know how do I find out where I screwed up? Because right now it's just a default state anyways, right? I think it's like one of the times where I'm trying to expand it, like maybe try to make the mesh a little bit bigger. I might have forgotten to press Control, because if you press Control, you can see how the mesh moves without affecting the texture. But if you just move this, it's gonna move it, so it's probably something like that. Something stupid. Stupid. Okay. You know what? Go back to short hair. Whatever, I don't care. I do care. I care a lot. No, I don't really care that much. So let's see. Front hair length toggle, create. I hate that this is going out, so I might have to just do this real quick. Anyways. So all these adjustments are done on the mesh directly here. Hopefully they're not gonna cause any problems later. But cool. You can still do this. Okay, that's fine. Okay, so right, I'm gonna have to pay attention to the video. I need to figure out exactly how the setup for the various different deformers, what they're used for, and the other parameters that they're using. So I'm gonna be I'm gonna be focused on the video for a bit here. And I'll probably just start talking to myself with regards to what I'm understanding from the video. Not exactly what the video is saying necessarily, because I think that would not be great. So I'm gonna start with their comments here. So the comments have a timestamp here. 左の髪、右の髪、後ろ髪、ponytail. Okay, so based on the timestamps here, the only important part is within a window of about 20 minutes. However, I don't think like this 20 minutes actually, like they actually did the rigging in this 20 minutes. I think it's just like a completed model. They're just talking about it. So let me see what I can understand from it and try to fill in the gaps. 素材分け、Photoshop で実演、紙パーツの解説、シルエットが変化する紙の表現。知らん。Okay, okay, I'm just gonna watch this. Okay. 左。Okay, hang on. So the warp deform... no, 違うわ。So 前と横か。Give me like 1080p, dude. Who the hell watches on 480? 紙揺れ前、紙揺れ前に。紙ふわ前、紙ふわ前に。側面は？Oh, I think I know what's happening. Hang on. So, 紙の方 G か、これも。前髪メッシュ。前髪メッシュの揺れ。あれさっきもあったか。Okay, okay. I'm gonna do this as we go along because I'm gonna forget. So, on top of, so what we have here is, we have the left group and the right group. Let me think about how I want to do this. So for his, he has left, right, and center. And each one is put into its own set of deformers. We kind of just have two sets, so I'm just going to do two sets here. And we have one set of deformers, so I'm going to do, let's say, what's it called? A hair, front, was it left group? Jiggle. So he has one for jiggle. And because it's jiggling, I need to have enough warp divisions here. So actually, one thing I noticed in a lot of these videos, I don't think they have that many. Oh, they do. It's a 5x10. Okay, let's try 5x10. I want to see how it compares because we did 15x15 the other time just to get the hair to look nice. And I feel like that's very excessive because I don't really see people doing that. But yeah, so first we have the jiggle stuff. So this is meant for the jiggling. So previously we have all the jiggle stuff. Those are going to go onto this specific warp deformer. And then we have the next warp deformer, which is going to be, I believe, used for their angle X and Y adjustments. So because he is making, so this tutorial here isn't actually about hair. It's about making the head to be able to turn 90 degrees to the left and right. And in such a situation, there's a lot of deformation that happens to the front hair specifically. As you can see, it goes like super curved. And I don't know if like just one deformer is enough. Maybe that's why they have like two sets of deformers here. Wait. So I like the explanations of what he's saying is great and all, but really all we're looking for is when they select a specific deformer. Like right now, this is perfect. So we can see that they're selecting the front hair center group. Right, so the front hair center group, which is like at the very tippy side right now, you can see that there's only one set of keyframes being set, and it's on the angle X. So now I know specifically that this deformer is mainly used for angle X. We don't know if it's on anything else. Maybe there's some other parameters active, but the assumption here is that it's just gonna be this for now. until we see something that tells us otherwise. And then in another situation here, if he clicks on the shaky one, is he ever going to click on the jiggle one that's just below it? Oh, okay. Actually, this scene here is perfect. So this menu here, you can see all the parameters are gone because he clicked on one of the buttons here that only shows the active parameters. So what that means, this proves conclusively that this outer one, which we're about to make right now, is only meant for essentially going to extreme X angles. But I'm just going to put it down anyways, so that we are aware of this being a thing. So this essentially only has stuff on angle X. In our case, it's probably not going to be used. And the jiggle itself is going to have on angle Z. And this is visible from his other tutorial, so you guys can... I was trying to find it to show you guys, but it's not being shown. And then it's going to have all of these guys. So that's the basic setup at the moment. And on top of that, these guys specifically on themselves, we also need to have something. I don't know on which ones yet. It's probably on one of the jiggles, so that when it jiggles, the mesh itself moves a little bit more in order to cover the line art, in order to do the merging of shapes. So that's the part I'm going to confirm right now with this 20 minutes playback. Previously our Z, I believe it was on a separate thing, on the entire thing. Okay, so right now we're doing it separately. Interesting. All right, what's next? Okay, so the actual thing itself has X and has shake 3. So he has 3 levels of shake. And I only have 2. So I believe in that case, that will mean that for me, it's only for this guy. I guess that makes sense. Wait, hang on. The jiggle itself is being positioned. Oh, I might need one more here. I want one more so that I have a set of dots here, as I mentioned yesterday, that's right down in the middle. So it kind of sort of separates it into top half and bottom half. And we really only want to shake like sort of the bottom half. We don't want to shake too much on top, because it's easy to look weird. And then these guys here would therefore have to have a thing on this. And according to his videos as well, there's some more stuff on Z, which I'm guessing is so that when we turn, the shapes will merge as well. We'll find out soon enough. Actually, if he ever just turns it. Wait, what was that? Bend shape で全てをコントロールしてる前髪の曲面。Okay. So I'm guessing he has additional blend shapes here for when the angles exceeds the 30-degree threshold that most people really go up to and stop, because he's doing 90 degrees again. So there's probably additional deformations that they want to add in. That's only active beyond that point. And you can really only do that with blend shapes, because number one, they sort of add on to the parameters and you don't have to do a bunch of variations, and number two, you can set the weights. Yeah, so you can see how he's making the head a little bit rounder. So yeah, this is only X, so the warp deformer only has wax. This one will have all the shaky stuff that we just did. And then for each one of these, click it please. So for each one of these, we have angle X itself. We have the shake rate angle X. Oh, I did an angle Z by accident. So he will have it on this, but I suspect we do not need this either, once again. And then we have angle X plus 30, which I do not know what it is. Wait. That one single time he did the Z, I want to see what happened. I'm going back frame by frame right now. What? Okay, I'm looking at the spacing here, right? Because the idea... Oh no, sorry. This is on this guy. Oh, okay, it's on this... Okay, that makes sense. You know what? I misunderstood. I thought the Z once again was on the mesh themselves. Then I wanted to see if they actually bother merging the shapes. But that's not what is not Z on that. Those guys, it's only X. So actually now if I can just take a look at what happens when the X happens. What is the X for? Come on. Where is it? So when he turns this to the side, what happens here? Man, it's so hard to go frame by frame. I don't know where... Man, that one split second. Give it. Ah, man, I cannot see it. So he's selecting that. You know what? It makes sense. I think like the delegation of work here, the separation of concerns, oh my god, is that any parameters that's being put onto the mesh themselves is all about trying to get the line art to be covered, right? To get all the shapes to merge, to have the line arts be covered. That is what these guys are for. The jiggle is for jiggle. The head X is for additional deformations when we turn to the X. And especially for them, they will have yet another parameter here. I'm just going to add a parameter here to remind the future me, because I'm going to come back to this as a reference here. So angle X, so additional deformation. It's a very bad name, but we're never going to use this. So this is really just here for a reminder that he did it this way. Sorry, delete, did it. Wait, put this as 0. Right, so the idea is that this guy does more deformations on X and does even more deformations when we go all the way, I think, if I remember the setup correctly. Maegami no kyokumen. Ah, wait, hang on, sorry. It's the overall one. It's not even on these guys. Yeah, these guys only has half X. So these guys... Oh, sorry, I need to look at this. So the equivalent of the left and right and center is the X guy. Then the group jiggle is the one that's inside, and then the stuff on the inside. Okay. I'm just gonna replicate it for this real quick. Oh shit, what do I call it? So hair front, right. Let's do group jiggle. Continuous creation, and then I'm going to do head X. Create. And this is under length toggle. Okay, so everything's under length toggle. My length toggle still works. The head X here would be on the X. So there's no additional deformation because the additional deformation is on the overall XY, which would be this guy instead. So I'm just going to put it here as a reminder, even though we're not going to use it again. God damn it. What did I do? There we go. And then this guy will no longer need this, so it doesn't have it. Sorry, this guy doesn't need it. Don't need that. Go X. And then the jiggle will just be the jiggle stuff. Along with angle Z. XY jiggles. And then the hairs themselves would be on just the final guy. As well as X, which I do not use. Okay, so that's the basic setup here. So with this, we should just start doing some stuff. And then try to see how, if we can get a good effect. If we can get a good effect, I'm just going to move on. There's really no need to go through the entire tutorial. So first order of business here. So as we turn X... Oh, sorry, it's broken. Why is it broken? Oh, these guys are on root. Wait, hang on. This needs to go half front XY, half front XY. There. So now it's broken. Oh, right, we didn't do the mesh yet. I need to do the meshing first. So Okay, so I'm gonna make sure that all the colors is on top of all the lines, but all the lines and color have to be mashed together. This way it ensures that we can glue them together perfectly. And then once this is done with the existing XY movements, we should be able to immediately have that. As long as this mesh is good enough. So that looks fine. And then I'm going to glue them while we're at it. So bind. Pick. The problem with this is that I always want to assign priority, but I don't really know what to assign it to. Usually we'll assign it to the line art because, you know, you tend to move the line art. But in this case, the line art is the part that we want to hide. So the line art is less priority than the actual colors. So I guess we should put the glue's priority on the colors. Honestly, it doesn't really matter. As long as we always click both, have both selected when we do the movement, it wouldn't matter. It will only matter if we select one of them. Actually, in this case, it's 50-50, right? And it's a perfect mapping, so it doesn't really matter either way then, right? Because it will always just follow the... Huh. We should be fine here, I think. I don't think I have to care too much. Famous last words. So yeah, now you see if I ever do this, the outline just merges together, whereas the colors will maintain and keep it. So this would be really cool, you know. If you can get it shaking, like jiggling as well. Oh, man, this is selected again. Stop doing this shit. Don't know why it does that sometimes, but okay. Alright, next. Alright, this guy is a problem. Let's see here. Okay. Let's make it bigger. Bigger. And then I'm just gonna shift it into place manually here. Here comes the carpal tunnel. Oh shit. Hang on. Damn, it's so ugly, dude. These lines are still ugly. Okay, should be fine here. And you're right, I need to glue them. Fine, done. These glue things are gonna get very annoying soon. It's a lot of them. Then erase this. Let's go. Oh my god, this is so wide here. I feel like this top part I should have just filled up all the way. It shouldn't matter because the top part shouldn't be moved. But I guess it would be moved if we do X and Y movements. So we'll see if this is gonna be a problem. But I think ideally that would have been kept. It would just keep it going all the way maybe. Would have been better. Oh, this might be a bit too wide. I wonder if there'll be issues. Again, I guess we'll find out. I'm kind of excited for the final thing because we're getting very clear about all the different parts now. Like, I have a good idea of what each part is doing. There's still some stuff that I don't know, which is what we're figuring out with these streams here. But I can sort of see the vision now. And if I can just get like a nice set of rendering going, and if I can make the rendering play nice with the meshing and stuff like that, which really is just a matter of time. It's not so much about like whether if it is doable, it's just a how much time are you willing to spend kind of situation. We should be able to get something pretty decent. It might not necessarily be that unique in terms of like style and like the stuff that it can do. But those can always come over time, right? We can always just improve it along the way. Maybe years down the line I have something that's more of a style to call my own, I can remake it. But the foundation that we're laying today, I think, is quite exciting because it opens up a lot of stuff that we can do in the future, I think. Now we also have the option of animating illustrations if you ever want to. Speaking of animation, that's also a thing that we have to learn because you need to set it up. And then in terms of like setting it up, there's some interesting things that you have to be aware of as well. It's like, if you have like a bunch of idle animations on a lot of different objects, you want to put all of those animations on the same animation file because you can only have one idle animation file active at any point in time. So really you just want to have everything active. Every single animation is always active. It's just whether if they're being visible, being shown or not. And but yeah, those things will come in due time. Hopefully by the end of next week, all of these tests would have been done, and then the only thing that's left would just be like some miscellaneous fun stuff that we can try and implement. Oh, and I'm also kind of excited. If we can write plugins for OBS and VTube Studio, there's so many more things that we can do, I feel like. Oh, like if we can get like a simple receiver for text messages on the OBS side, then whenever she is trying to say something, because right now we don't have a voice, and I don't intend to give her a voice for a while. But if that's the case, then I can really just have a plugin on OBS side that will wait for some message, then I can just have my script send the message over in, and then we can just show it as a subtitle. That would be kind of cool. Well, it shouldn't take that long either, I think. As long as it's documentation, that is. We'll find out, but... Yes, sir. Oh, I always forget to glue it. Oh, come on. Two. Man, this shape's kind of weird, but... not really a problem. Man, I can't wait to get this done. My god. For so many reasons. The big one is that so I don't have to get Capotano every stream anymore. My god. Yeah, we will have like I want to make like a debut stream kind of thing. I think that would be kind of cool. I don't know what to do in it though, because we're not like actually becoming a VTuber. It's not like she's actually a VTuber, so it will mostly just be showing off the model. Hopefully there's a lot of stuff to show off, and then we can think about whatever else afterwards. Maybe talk about the tech of the design, talk about some lore, if there is any lore. Look at this wide boy, very wide. My god, is Blender gonna be this painful, honestly? Like, it's gonna be about the same, right? You're just clicking a bunch and then thinking about design. As much as I like to just paint, though, like Blender provides too much value though. If you're doing complex backgrounds. Do it once, you get multiple angles, multiple different lighting conditions. You can test out all the different, you can check, yeah, like look at all the cast shadows. You can do a lot of textures and decals really quickly. Complex designs. Geometry knows for like, you know, instant sort of procedural generation. Man, like Rigor should be so good at like Live 2D. Rigor should be so good at FPS games. Like the amount of hand-eye coordination you need on a daily basis, just clicking on these tiniest dots. How is this like not more difficult than just actually doing aim training in Apex or something? In one of those aim trainers. Such pain, yes. Okay. So now we have everything set up here like that. If I just turn the head. Right, we should be able to get our thing, but ooh, that is true. So we did do the original mesh for the other thing, for the other set, which kind of have like a slightly wider. Okay, let me make it the same size, and then this should be fine, because then this should look the same. So I just need to make it slightly wider. Okay, let's make it slightly wider. And these guys here. I can keep this on actually. Doesn't really matter. So I'm just gonna make it slightly wider here. Let's make it overlap it as well as much as I can here. So over here as well. Okay, so now if I just turn the hair, it should look the same as before. Kind of jank over here, but I think that was a problem before as well. But everything else should just... Is this fine? Is this how it looked? Why is it wider now? Something is changing the size. I don't know what layer. Who's doing this? But it's only... This is the only guy though. These guys don't have anything on X and Y. And neither does anything else that they're belonging to, so... I don't know. Not important though. This is not going to be an issue in the actual thing, so just right now. Actually... I think these guys should just all have ellipse. I guess Y doesn't work because not all of them will have this. Do I need this? Actually, I don't know if I need this. Now that I think about it, whatever it is on. It's on. Go for it. Okay, it might be a little bit jankier, but... I guess that is true. I guess it's just moved more than I expected. So I did it on the wrong layer again, didn't I? Where is the eye thing? Oh, it's these guys. It's these guys. I felt like I moved a little bit too much. Hang on. Yeah, the whole eye is like sliding forwards, it feels like. So does this though. Then again, the thing I should move probably isn't the eye. It should be the hair, I think. Because the eye was done separately. And that was fine back then. So it's probably the hair that's causing issues, but I don't care. Alright, I thought it was quick fix. So I cared a little bit, but now I don't care anymore. Let's go back to this. Alright, so we have all the meshes done. We have the X and Y proven that it's working. The glue we do not care. I don't want to see it. Length toggle is just our own thing. So let me just move these groups up here. All the stuff that we're gonna ignore is gonna be up top. And so starting with the X. X we don't actually need it since we're not going, you know, insane with this thing. Because I imagine they probably push this out a lot more. For like additional curvature and stuff. Actually, this looks pretty nice. It looks better than if I hadn't done it. Otherwise, it looks kind of flat. Whereas this allows it to really pop out. Oh, you know what? This doesn't look half bad. But if that's the case, I do want more points on this. I feel like 10 doesn't feel like it's enough. Or maybe it's like a rigging problem. Can ease this a little bit. And ease this. Oops. I hate it when I do that. Okay. I need to be a little bit more rigorous with the locking here because it's getting a little bit annoying. So, fine. There. So you should always just lock stuff that you don't need to use, precisely because of this. So if we just locked everything, then there's nothing to select here other than the stuff that you're working on. And this include the old stuff. I'm gonna lock it. So, sorry, what was I doing? Oh, right, this guy. What was I trying to fix? God damn it. This guy? Maika. Okay. Hit X. It feels like, oh shit. Yep, okay. I kind of forgot that we have a thing on this. Wait, no, what? Why is it growing? Wait, that means these guys themselves. Oh, because they have X on them. Let's delete the X. So you can see how it's growing, like at the very top here, tippy top. Because I kind of forgot that we have an X. We have a parameter on this. The blend shapes doesn't really matter. In this case, it's just because we have a parameter that we were shifting. I'm just gonna remove it and bring it back. This way it doesn't grow anymore. And then go back to fixing this. What about this side? What if I just flipped it? What does it look like? Oh, right. It's working against the flow of the original hair, which is a curve this way. So it's making it kind of jank. So maybe we don't do it here. Not to this extent. Just a little bit. これでいいのかな? Thereabouts. And then this guy too. Oh, right. This doesn't have enough dots. Yeah, I kind of have to increase this as well. If not, the change doesn't get propagated down. So this guy might also be having the same issue here. Oh, that's why it was kind of still kind of jagged, because the one that's in the child hierarchy is still not good enough. Was still not good enough. Now it is. Kind of. This kind of gap here might be a problem. Oh, but that is because I haven't pulled this one out yet. You know what? Never mind what I said. Oh, it got worse. How did it get worse? Does this even look good? You can really feel like it's in front, right? Because it's overlapping with the side hair here. The side hair also looks really flat because there's no shading indicating the underside, which is why we kind of want to deal with next. After we get this merging nonsense done. So I guess we do use this X a little bit. That's pretty cool. And then the jiggle is just the usual jiggle. So I'm just going to deal with the usual jiggle real quick. And then actually let's do the X first. Sorry, the Z first. Because this we do have a reference here. As long as we can make this fit, then I can call it a day. Come on. So this is the only parameter. All the other stuff are blend shapes. That's why we don't have to do any multiplication stuff. That's good. Whoa. Oh right, it can be a bit more aggressive because the other hair is also going to fall over this way. I was trying to not open this gap here, but it doesn't really matter. We're going to close it with the other hair. So it should be fine. But I don't want to touch up there, so maybe this is it. Okay. The other side? Where's the other one below? Okay. Oh shit, it's all the way here. Why is the other one gone? It's just gone. Where did it go? Did I push it up, I guess? Must have pushed it up. Oh, the mesh is very ugly though. If the mesh is like super ugly, I think it means that you've done something not very right. I think. Not sure though. I'm sorry, did I not select the height? Okay, I probably selected the wrong thing. Oh, I selected hit X the whole time? Okay. No matter. I think a good old copy and paste kind of fix. Okay, it didn't paste, so I guess I'm gonna redo this. This part is infinitely easier because we don't have any rendering here. Imagine if there's rendering here, you can see how we have the different lines here. You would have to keep all of those things consistent as well. So this is already a lot faster than what the actual workflow would be. As long as this looks, it's still way faster. The fuck is it shifting down for? Did I shift it down this side? Why is it shifting down? Broski. Good enough. Where's my old one? Get out of here. Okay, so that's the basic movements done. So now from now on, it's all just going to... Oh, sorry, my bad. No, we haven't done the jiggle yet. Ah, the jiggles. Not the jiggles. Alright then. Hang on, let me think. So the physics is set up to the parameter. So as long as these guys are tied to the parameter, we don't actually have to do anything else. The moment this is rigged up, it should be ready to go. As long as we move the same amount, which I don't know how much we moved before. Okay. Looks kind of broken here because we don't have a vertex right here. Maybe 15 is not good. Yeah, 16 would have been nicer because it would have lined up with our brazier here. Oh, I see, because it's behind the hair. Did I turn off the overlaps or what? I guess I did turn off some of these. That explains why I don't see what I was expecting to see here. Specifically this hair here. Oh shit, I put it on the wrong dots again. God damn it. This one is the correct, this one's not. I keep doing this shit. Okay. Copy. Get rid of this guys. Get these guys in here. Oh right, because I need to reset it. Wait, hang on. Oh, Live 2D sucks. Okay. One down, 3 to go. Why is this jiggling? Broski? Why is it just this part though? God. It's still jiggling. What? Why? Who's doing this? Why doesn't it go away? Oh, because it's not this guy. What, one of you guys then? One of these guys must have been accidentally touched previously. Okay, yeah, no, that's good. Piano playlist, like what we're listening to right now? Yes, of course. This is all Maple Story music. Yeah, this is Maple Story music, but in piano form. Sounds like heaven. Oh man. Maple Story music is very good though. Okay, next 2 more to go. 2 moles. Okay, this white jiggle, they did it in a different way, I think. But see, he's moving it up, but not necessarily opening the bottom. He's specifically just bulging the middle part up, like, not like that, but... Should I follow that? I think it's worth trying, I suppose. Because in the original, we just kind of open up the bottom here like that. What if I push this up, right? Oh, and open it up. Aha. Try to be better than we were before here. Although maybe it's too much movement at the bottom right now. Dubious. Because we do want to leave the bottom movement later. So I'm going to leave it like this. It's gonna look a little bit weird. Oh, let's keep it straight actually. Then there's less deformations here. So this final section will keep it straight. That will be left for the Y jiggle 2. And we just want to get the shapes a little bit better here. Oh, right, that is true. Do I care? Don't care. I do not care. Maybe in another life, I'll care a little bit more. This is a testing rig. Do not care. Okay. What is the opposite movement then? Okay, I don't think it showed it, at least not in this video. Let me think. Open up. Close in, then I guess go down. Okay. Do that. What? FBI, open up. Put your hands where I can see them. That movement's kind of jank, but I think it's fine. We can always fall back to the other version, which we already have one, so there's no need to worry too much about this looking jank. Because ultimately we have something to reference there, and that's good enough. Should be the opposite movement, no? It should be longer. Sorry, it's been an hour and a half? What? It's been an hour and a half. Dang, it doesn't feel like an hour and a half at all. I'm so slow. Oh my god, I'm logging into MapleStory. Okay, I guess we're playing MapleStory now. Get this out of my face. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, very cool. Very, very cool. Alright, the final thing. Let me get this done with, please. What do I even want this to look like? Just like that, maybe? Wouldn't this be opening up? Hang on. This is opening up, right? So this should also open up. It should be this way, I think. Okay, I don't know what I'm doing anymore. I think the jiggle is gonna be kind of jank. But the good thing about jiggle is that it kind of is like really forgiving, I think. Even if it's kind of jank, it just kind of works sometimes. So whatever, I guess. Wait, I'm going the same way. Why am I going the same way? Go the different way. Kinda works. Turn off the old one here. My values are peaking out. Yeah, they're peaking like double the amount. That's why it's looking weird here. That's better. X seems really dead. Even though we are almost 100%, I guess I just didn't rig enough movement into the thing compared to the original. Sorry, what is the top doing? You see that? Oh my god. The top part, I just see it. Oh my god, what's it doing? Bouncy, 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 bouncy. Oh my god, who's doing that? Who's the culprit? None of you guys. Okay, that means I did something here again. Okay. Oh my god. Okay, we're finally at the starting line here. So we're finally at the starting line with the shape merging nonsense. Hang on 1 second, I'm just gonna check because my angle is turned when I do X up and down for Z. Sorry, for the Y movement, is it fine? Because again, like this deformation and the blend shape is on the same parameter here. Don't know if that's causing that problem there. Probably not, right? Oh, it is. It is, I think, causing some issues. So right here is a lot smoother, right? As I'm going up and down, the leftmost strand is a lot smoother. But if I turn it to this angle and I do it, it's got the angle in there, like right above the iframe here, right above there. It's kind of angly. Angly is not a word. Is it because yeah, it's because of the way the math is done. There's not much I can do about it. Let me think. Even if I did put it on a different layer, would that have changed anything? I don't think it would have changed anything, would it? Well, honestly, it's not that big of a deal. These are, I think, minor improvements that will happen in subsequent iterations if we ever choose to do so. So I'm just gonna ignore it for now. Alright, 1.5 hours in, we're finally trying to get started with this shit. So what do I do now? So these guys are meant to have it on only on the X jiggle, because I'm guessing it's because the very tippy tip is the part that is actually getting merged. No, wait, let me think. So we just want it to be tied to a parameter that would actually cause this change. So by rigging up only to the X, then we're saying that if when we do the Y movement, it would maintain this relationship here. When in actuality, it would also probably do some form of like shape merging. But if we're going that far, then why aren't we just rigging each individual strand manually then? Because if we do each strand manually, then they will also naturally just merge and unmerge naturally too, because just from the original jiggles that we did, that would have happened, no? Okay, I'm just gonna watch a bit longer of the video since I did pay money for it, and then I want to know what the philosophy of this is, or if I'm missing anything. It's only doing a 3. でも紙揺れと紙揺れは紙揺れだね。次。I'm not getting what I want out of the video. I don't see it. Or rather, he's not showing me what I want to see. Oh, wait a second. Wait, hang on. How does that work? Man, oh my. Okay. It's gonna take a while. It's one of how do I say this? Like I guess it can't really be helped unless you have a like a very organized sort of class lesson thing that they're trying to present. If not, information is very scattered. It's over the entire 2-hour period. I'm sure they have shared a lot of useful things, but unless I watch the whole thing, which I don't think I'll do on stream, I won't be able to get a lot of it. That's very unfortunate. I also just remembered that I forgot to put the message telling everybody that I'm just watching videos in the background, which is why if any chat comes up, I'm probably gonna miss it. Where is my message? I have a chat box just for writing messages. I don't know where it is. This guy maybe. Some kind of notification Lamau. How do you put a new line in this? I guess I have to open this. There we go. How do you put a background? Kuradian? How do I do it? Oh, here. There we go. Okay, I'm gonna go back and watch videos. This is why I really like Rariemon's lessons, by the way. It's because he explains everything he does super clearly. And I'm sure this guy is as well. It's just that I'm not watching the whole thing, so I'm not capturing it. But yeah, when they tell you that, like for example, we have... So I was talking about the structure, right? They have an overall XY that not only does the XY, but does some additional sort of transformations. Like, because as you turn the head more, you want to maybe make it a little bit more curved. But only for those areas, so therefore you need to use blend shapes, because blend shapes allow you to use the weights over here, which then can make it so that it's only active for specific values. And that makes sense, right? You have the XY, you have some adjustments, that's fine. But then why do you have X again over here? Because clearly what you're saying is not enough, like, but I don't, yeah, that's the part I don't get. Like, he's maybe explaining it somewhere else, but I don't see it. I don't know why there's another act here. And I'm still waiting for the explanation in terms of how the overlap works. Come on, broski. Just move it. I just wanted to see move this damn parameter. Okay. No, he's not selecting the correct thing. Come on, dude. Actually, why is he gluing the thing together? Couldn't it be separate? まあ別にいいのか？どうだろうな、これ。Oh, you know why? I think I know. Okay, so again, hair has X on this. So let's just talk about X. This large deformer has X. This guy has X. And additionally, these meshes also have X. And I think specifically for the mesh itself, I understand now. Because the reason why he has this, as he has just explained that I've just watched, is that you want to sort of adjust the actual curvature. So kind of like how for the face, right? For the face, we have our XY on the deformer, but then additionally, we will also have this mesh adjustment that we did afterwards. So the idea is that this guy brings it to a general place, whereas this one gives it the actual sort of curvature that you want. So really what they're saying is that it's the same pattern over here of having a guy that brings it to where you want it to be, and then another guy that sort of makes it more accurate. And specifically for them as well, they don't have that many divisions on their warp deformers. Sorry, this one. We have 15, right? That is a lot. Compared to like usually like people do like maybe 10 at most. And that is probably why we have X here and then also X on the mesh. But I still don't know why there's yet another X in the middle. Because it's just a parameter. It's not like a blend shape that is only active in certain areas of the X. So I don't get it yet. Also, his book near a bookstore in my house. Sorry, Kiria, who are you referring to? What was I talking about before? Am I missing messages? いやでもさ、一緒についていくなら別にいいの。Gariemon? Do you mean Raviemon? Is that a different artist? Does he? Oh, he has an art book? Interesting. Also, I guess, yeah, I guess people read books, huh? I don't really read books. I like the smell of books, but I don't really read books. Okay. Also, yeah, I'm not getting what I want. I want to see exactly what he did, but we can guess, right? Because at this point, all we need to do is, at this stage here, say this jiggle. I am also going to make this move a little bit more. So as it turns this way, maybe I don't do anything. Maybe only when this side I can move this a little bit closer here. This way now the line art sort of, so this merges a little bit more as we turn here. Oh, okay, maybe it's the way my hair is set up. His one is very, very tiny at the bottom there. Oh, but he does have the left and right split up, so I guess that is bigger shape. Anyway, so try some stuff. If it sucks, then it sucks. Did I only put it on this? I only... okay. I think it's fine. I think it's fine. Honestly, all of these glues, as long as I can shift the weight over to the coloring 100%, then that would be fine. But I don't actually know which one is what. Hang on, let me check. わかんないね。これは。So this got shifted, right? So I'm in the shifted state. And then as I color this, it's pulling it over. Oh no, sorry, that's not the right one. Okay, so this sets the weight to the line art because you can see how the line art stayed in place now. So if I do it like this, it still didn't do it. Wait, hang on. Okay, I do not know what I'm doing. Or maybe I need both of these selected. Is that how that works? No, it doesn't let me do anything anymore. Huh? How? What? Then what does this do then? Why is it pushing over here? Weird. Okay, I don't get it. It also just seems to be working, so I also do not care now. Let's just fix issues when they come up. When no issues, we don't go looking for one. Okay, next. Oh my god. It's... Since the whole point is to get this to work, I'm gonna be more aggressive. Not to mention that other hair is gonna move further the other way anyways. But, okay, this is kind of weird. So is the dot isn't following my mouse directly? It's kind of lagging behind. I wonder if that's because the glue isn't set up correctly. It's definitely a little weird. It's not drawing an arc, but it's fine. Go. I guess I don't really need that many up top. Doesn't really matter up top. If I move if I move these guys all the way underneath, I wonder how that looks like. Because then all of these shapes get smushed together, and then only the line part would ever show. And that's kind of cool actually, so you will actually get gaps opening and closing over here, which would be pretty cool, because... wait, whose art style was it? Was it Keith? I think it was Keith, right? Who drew a lot of like... There were like a lot of holes in like the front here. It looks like a waffle fry. I remember like when he was doing the Teto stuff. Ah, goddammit. Like right here with the gaps between like the hair here. So we can actually emulate his style if we put other lines below. So all of these guys would just sort of move separately with all the holes opening and closing. That would be pretty cool. But the holes kind of only exist if you have crisscross hair like this, and I don't think my character has them. We might be able to do some cool stuff with the back hair, actually. We can have like a silhouette across over the entire character. Okay, I don't know if I want to commit to that. That's gonna be a lot of pain. Because you can imagine if every single thing that has a line art is using this technique, and you put all of the line art at the very bottom here. There, you have this outline of your character. When the character moves, you can actually do an outline on the character. But if you just want to outline, wouldn't it be easier if there's some kind of plugin that actually allows you to do that instead of having to rig this monstrosity up? Ooh, if you have it on everything, and literally on everything, how would that work though? No, it's fine, right? It will work, it will work. You will put them in the same hierarchy. So you can put them in the same part, you can put them in the same hierarchy. But you can just put all the drawing order at the very bottom. So it will be the equivalent of keeping these guys up here, but putting the drawing... Oh, right, okay. I would need to do multi-key, but if we do multi-key editing, and then we make sure that... Sorry, can I select all of them and do it? So if we do drawing order adjustments for all of these guys, yes, down to like 100 or something. Let's just minus by 100. Oh, right, it will go behind the face, of course. Okay, that's a problem, but... Yeah, that could potentially be doable. Oh, that's interesting. Let me make a note of this. If you ever want to spend even more time in Live 2D, we can actually expand this concept into So if we keep color and line separate, but glue together, ensures a consistent movement. Lines only show for outline. So essentially, if we expand on this concept, we can have an outline for anything we want, including for the whole character. We might just use it for the back hair, because having it for everything might be kind of annoying. But then again, for stuff like clothing, oh, okay, it depends on the commitment, because if you're clothing, so usually when people render clothing, if you're not very line art heavy, you will not be drawing a lot of lines on the clothing itself. You'll be relying on the rendering to tell the shape and the form with the shadows, right? And but even then, like those people who does painterly styles like that, they might still want to have an outline on the clothing itself and stuff like that, and then we can basically emulate that. But if you want to do that in Live 2D, it will mean that you will have to essentially animate and rig up the shadows as well. Whereas normally you can just have very simple shadows and kind of just ignore it. But in this case, you will have to have more detailed shadows, and you have to rig it up in a more rigorous way and have it make sense in perspective. Ooh. The potential will be... The final result will be really cool though, if you can get it done. It will really bring up the quality, because then the concept of lines don't really exist anymore. You will not be relying so much on lines anymore. But that being said, like, what are people doing now though? Because it's not like... Right, yeah, like looking at this one here, the hair doesn't have this technique, so you have lines sort of just going up, right? Especially this middle bundles here, you have lines just kind of being there. It could be part of the style, and that would be fine as well. What about clothing? Clothing most of the time is being reliant on that. Where would we even use it? Here. We won't though. There's nothing to use it on, because everything is existing as a separate layer. Oh, but like say for example the frills here. If each one of these ribbon thingies, each one of the frills, and we want to outline on it, but we want to animate it in a more 3D way. Yes, if you want to animate it in a more 3D way, which means you probably want to separate each frill out. And then if you need lines on those things, then you will usually have those lines on the separate layer that has each individual frill will have its own line and have its own color. And then if you use this technique here, then you can only have the line show for the outline of the entire frill that's following around the skirt, but not on each individual one. And that will keep things a little bit cleaner. Oh, I think I would like that. I think I would like to have some outline going on. I think that would be really cool. Okay, let me think about that. I think specifically for clothing, that might be viable here. So for clothing, clothing's outline, we can have like a normal set of lines that would be part of the render. So that would be the one we move, but we have another line layer, quote unquote line layer, that will be doing what we're doing here to give it the additional outline. So we have two sets of lines potentially. But anyways, okay. I might just continue. I'll just continue rigging this up, I guess, because we kind of have an idea of what's happening now. By the way, this middle line here, I can totally get rid of it. I can just also just put it below here. So at least the middle line doesn't get in the way. We can have these lines here, but then this part here is kind of weird because we have lines here but not there. Doesn't really matter, I suppose. Worst case, if we just want to get rid of the lines here, I can always just erase it. Right? We can always just squish the mesh in just for this line that you're here. So those things, that's why those things I'm not caring too much, because those are not a problem. Those are, as long as we know how the layering structure works, how to use it, we don't really have to care too much afterwards. Because after that, it's just up to us to make things work. Sorry, why is this on site still? Did I not fix this? What? Only half of you guys got fixed. Sorry, none of you guys got fixed. Cool. Alright, next. Oh, sorry, that's not what I'm selecting. Did I break anything? No, right? Okay. Okay. Don't break anything, please. Probably a better idea to start moving this guy first. We start moving the extreme ends first, so the other guys have an idea of how far they need to go to get some straight merging. Or not. Don't need that many points up top. Okay, let's get this going. Yeah, we can even do some of these action. This kind of action here. Wait, did I move this already? I think I did, right? So this is moving a lot. But this would be a lot of movement though, I feel like. So I think there's a lot of balance, a lot of testing that is required. Simply because you have this moving twice. And then all of them stacks up together. So, but now that everything's done, essentially, let me take a look. Is it jank? It is kind of doing what we wanted to do, right? I mean, like, why wouldn't it? So the fact that the movement is jank, it feels like it's barely moving, though. But we shouldn't need to rig any more thing up because it's just already here. It's already on the X jiggle 2. It's already this guy here. So I'm expecting the shapes to close up, but it's not. Kind of not really closing up. So like this here, versus and oh sorry, yeah, it's merged together, right? No, it's together movement. What happens when I remove the keyframe here? It barely moves now. Was that how that was? Because this guy would have had movement on it too, right? If this was removed? No difference? Yeah, I forgot to rig this? I don't think so. Okay. Oh yeah, this is only at the very tippy tip, right? This guy's stuff is only on the very tippy tip. Right, we can see the movement here. I don't know. Maybe I didn't move it enough. Maybe we did something wrong. It just doesn't look as look like it's moving enough. Yeah, but it's still kind of cool, like the line art here, not intersecting into the other shapes. Just staying out of the way. It looks kind of... Okay, that looks kind of stiff. Especially this side here. I don't understand why this specific one doesn't really overlap anywhere. I guess because they're always moving in sync. Anyways, I think this is successful in the sense that I got what I came here for. And the effect is not as good. But I'm just gonna let it digest for a bit because it could be because... Oh, sorry, I left the reference open. It could be because that the setup is not as good. It could be because I didn't rig enough movement. It could be because of the physics setting. It could be because of a lot of things. So as a result, there's no reason, there's no need for me to spend time figuring it out now, because it's going to be a problem on the main model, I'm sure. So we just figure it out then. As long as there's a good set of, you know, good setup, essentially, over here. We should be fine. The good thing is the hair length toggle works as well. So that's very promising because, for example, if we want to change the proportion of the face, I know that a toggle would just keep all the existing stuff, assuming that the toggle's warp deformer is big enough to encompass everything. Actually, is it big enough to encompass everything? I don't think it is, actually. Anyways, so that's another thing checked off of our box here. That's good. We're making slow but steady progress. So eye parallax, I still don't know if eye parallax is considered done. We have our work around, and I think until we know what else we want to put into the eye, what kind of animation, what kind of nice jiggle physics and whatnot, it would be considered done for now. So, oops. So next out on our list is, oh sorry, this is swap. Position is swap. Swap. Okay, so... Did I use C-style comments? God damn it, don't turn it into this. Don't want to talk. Yeah, but it always does it. Can I undo it? Oh, it deletes it. Okay. Yeah, how many of you are programmers in the chat, man? I know Kirio is also software related, right? Yeah, very cool. Programmers rise up. I can't even code anymore because nowadays I'm mostly responsible for thinking. The actual writing of code, I just think about interfaces and functions and like organization of code. The actual writing of code, I'm just gonna leave it to AI. Because they write it way faster, I just read it and verify that it doesn't break anything. This way work efficiency is through the roof. Otherwise I don't have time for live 2D and art. My lips are bleeding. Not fun. I'm gonna go to the washroom real quick. I'll be right back. Yeah, perhaps I am vibe coding. I don't know what the definition of vibe coding is. Because I do spend a lot of time thinking. But meticulous code correctness. Do it iterative? No. So according to Google here, well, according to Google's AI, is AI-assisted approach to software development where developers rely heavily on LLMs to generate code. That part is true. I either copy and paste from existing code that's in the code base, or I get them to write my logic for me. But in terms of here, there's no iterative process, I think. I mean, there is like internally, but like code correctness is very important, I think. Oh, but yeah, this is true. This part is true. Focusing on overall vision rather than getting bogged down. Yeah. Okay. Vibe coding. But I'm not hands off though. Like you have to be super hands on because AI is doing a lot of weird shit. You have to be very clear about your own logic and like what the pitfalls are, and then so you make sure that it writes the logic that you have come up with. You don't make it come up with the logic. But other than that, yeah, why not? Efficiency and correctness, I think that's pretty good. Also, the next thing would be the underside of the hair. So I'm gonna bring the tutorial up real quick. I'm gonna have to go through the previous one some other time. Like this full version of this. Okay, so... where is my Chrome? Oh, here. Koredana. Tomate. Okay, so this one here is about the underside of the hair. My god, it's not loading. Okay, there we go. So this one here is just about how depending on the angle you want to show the underside of the hair just to get more perspective out. So the only part where he actually explains it is this tiny little bit here. There are these sort of paid videos that I watch off screen here. Primarily the second one. The first one is not really related. The first one is actually just physics, which we already can do. Yeah, anyways, so the idea is that, so this brighter color part is the underside of the highlight. And you will put it off to the side, and you will only have it pop in to the bottom here on specific frames. So you have keyframe setup that's covered by the subtitle, and the actual stuff here would be clipped onto just this part. So only this part that's overlapping would show. And eventually you get something like that. So I see they're using blend shapes, and that makes sense to me, so that no matter which angle you go into, it wouldn't be affected. But it wouldn't be affected anyways, because it's on a different warp deformer. But whatever. I'm just gonna quickly take a look at that, because I'll need to draw new textures for this. So there's two sort of underside of the hair. So right now we're facing the front view, right? So the front view, we have the side bangs this way, and that's fine. But when we turn, actually, you know what? Let me turn it like this. This part here, if it remains the way it is, it looks super flat. So we need a bit of underside on this part here. Maybe like over even on some of these little tips here. But I think primarily I'm just gonna put it on this side here. So just on this side. That'll be the number one underside. The second set of underside I want to put on is a part that will go behind the face. So imagine this white space here. There will be yet another part of hair that will sort of pop out as we turn the head over, right? That will give it even more depth. So in this case, we haven't really squished this in that much, and maybe we don't really have the perspective to warrant that much underside to be shown. But I don't know. At least at this stage here, I just want to test it out. And also, the character would also have more hair than this. So presumably there will be more stuff being shown there for those guys. Don't know how that will work. I think we'll worry about the potential issues when it arises. I'm really seeing some issues because... Okay, but anyways, this part would be easy, I think. As we turn, I guess I'm just gonna show more. But in order to keep this 3D shape, I think originally these three things should have been split into like what we did for the front hair like that. I think that would have been necessary, because if these gaps don't close up as we turn, it's gonna look a little bit odd. Those gaps should have closed. Actually, now that I think about it, these gaps should be closed too. Oh, wait a second. Yeah, like in a best case scenario, if you really want it to be super tight with perspective, every single bundle of hair here so far, because right now we have these guys grouped under the left and right side basically, and we have 3 in each. I think ideally we would have 1 in each, so we would have a lot of things happening. And because then and only then can we sort of get them to sort of overlap even more. Because then for each one of these axes, as we turn, for example, as we turn this way, if there's an X for this number 4 here, and then a separate X for this number 5 here, I can move the 4 just a little bit over. Can I not do it now, actually? I do have the X attached on this, actually. So I could actually move it over a little bit more. Become darker on object, go into shadow group. Okay, let me try to understand that first. So I get what you're saying, but I'm trying to envision what is it that you mean. Is it possible to do a value change in Live 2D, like becoming darker when the object go into a shadow group? The number one thing that I can think of, the first thing I can think of is you have a different layer that has its opacity turned from 0 slowly higher, right? And then in that situation, it would just make the main one darker as you're changing specific parameters. That would be one option. You're saying Okay, if what you're saying is that can you have a shadow that is more reactive, then you can do that. So yeah, I did undo my change. Okay, so I think, right, so I think, let's say like I have this group up top. Okay, let me put them in an actual group here real quick, because this is getting kind of annoying to work with. So I have, let's say left, and then I have these guys, let's say right. Oh no, this is the left. And I have these guys, let's say they're right. And I'm just gonna put this back in here for now. So I'm gonna see that line, but we can ignore that. So again, this line can be fixed easily with the drawing order, which I'm not gonna bother because all of my other drawing orders is also at 500, so it's gonna be a mess. But let's say like the left side, this left bundle here, right now is clearly on top, so there should be some drop shadows here. So if you want to have the shadows here, we can just make another layer, put it on multiply. In fact, we can do it now actually, because we can just reuse this guy. So if I just dupe this, and I don't know if this is glued still. Looks like it's not, but let's say I put it at the very bottom. Right, I put it at the very bottom here. I can turn this to multiply, and now you can see a shadow there. And then we can also basically use this as the I'm just gonna grab, oh, you know what, I can just do it here. Only clip to show on this part. So now we actually have a shadow there. Actually, it's not really animated that well. Actually, is this part of the correct grouping? It is. I'm guessing it's because we have keyframes on this, and I've only shifted it for this guy, so I will have to shift it for this guy as well. And then you can shift it for this guy as well. So you can just have like you know, shadows like this if this is what you want. And if I did it correctly, it should also have the physics, right? Okay, now we have to adjust this. So we can also adjust the physics here. Okay, that kind of works. Don't really care. So if we go into the physics part here, now we have like shadows basically, drop shadows. And then especially, okay, maybe I can fix this drawing order real quick. So if I just bring all of these drawing orders up to, let's say 600, and so same for these guys. And then only for this guy, or rather for all of these guys. Now let's just say for this guy, I can drop it down to 490. Sorry, it's gone now. Where'd it go? Oh, right. Kind of forgot. My face is at 500. So 500, 600. Sorry, why do I need to 490? I just need 590. Yeah, there we go. So now we have everything organized well, but we can still have the drawing order do this thing. Now we have the hair like this. Oh, you know why it's glitching out? It's because we have keyframes on this and I forgot. That means instead of doing this, I need to do the multi-key adjustment here. So this adjusts the value for all keyframes that we have here. So both of the angle X and this. Change this reading order to 590. Okay. That should be fine now, I think. It's not fine now. Wait, did I select the wrong thing? What are you doing, broski? Why is it... Oh, wait, because the other guys will only change for one frame. Okay, that makes sense. Very cool. Very cool. Very cool. Drawing order 600. Oh shit, I pressed cancel. Drawing order 600. Okay. That should fix it, I think. Yeah, there we go. Now we have drop shadows. We have the line art working correctly. Physics kind of jank, but that's fine. And yeah, okay, very cool. What was I talking about again? You know, this part here is kind of important. I should make a note for this. So hair shape merging, right? So let me put this into the official document here, because this is the actual tech requirements document that I want to keep a little bit cleaner. So we don't just want merging of shapes. So in terms of this, line should be outline. We should have drop shadows. What else was I thinking of? I kind of forgot. Oh yes. Each bundle on their own two color line art separation layers. If go further, each bundle has own XY. Sorry, is it XY? Not XY. It would be just be has its own extra X. So on top of existing XY. This will then give this layer here a purpose, because this would allow us to say that when we turn here, I want specifically say a specific strand to be pushed forwards, not like that. Maybe like just this. This strand can be pushed forwards, something like that. Because this then allows us to kind of merge even more shapes, right? Because as we go here, this guy here should maybe block out the other two strands over there. And then we can have like more shapes being merged like that. So now if we turn, we get more shape merging happening. So this is something that we can consider. If we put it on different parts, it'll be cleaner, but a lot of work. Or we can keep it as is and just leverage the angle X here. So actually, you know what? This one makes more sense. Each bundles, so mesh. To merge for X changes. Okay. Oh man, there's so much information here actually. I don't know if I'm gonna have issues. Drop shadows, okay. Right, especially the side stripe. Okay, let me think about this real quick. So ideally I don't want to spend too much time testing, but if I don't test it now, I'm gonna have the same problem later. So if I test it, that means for the side strands, I will want to split it up into 3 different groups. That's number 1. I have to re-rig this, the mesh. And then the 3D, right? So the 3D that we want to put in, the shadows. So when we turn this hair, what do we want it to look like? So if I were to draw this and we turn to this left or the right, as I turn here, I would like this one in the front to merge with this one in the middle. And this one on the side should also go further back because these guys are in front, right? So these ones will come back. And then the shadow itself would just appear on the inside of this over here. It will appear on the inside of it over there. And then there would be that. Would that not? How do we want the thing to show up then? Because if each of these 3 were 3 separate strands on 3 separate pairs of layers, does that mean that they would also have their own separate shadows? They would. It would mean that they would have their own separate shadows. So instead of just having the colors and then the line art layer, we will have yet another set of layers. So instead of just CC here and blank blank blank, we will have like SSS or something just for the shadows, which will be, sorry, it will be on top of the color. The shadow shapes can then merge on top, followed by the base shapes will then merge in between, and then the line art shapes will merge at the very bottom. That would give us the most amount of control, I think. Oh, now I'm obligated to try it out. So maybe for the side here, I will keep one side the way it is right now. And then for the other side, we will draw up this new sort of layer structure and attempt to add 3D-ness with this new structure. The shadow itself will not be glued to the original mesh because we needed to move separately. Because its range of movement will be different. Whereas the base color and the line art would be moving in tandem, the shadow and effectively any rendering that's existing on this part will have to move separately in order to give it more details. Okay, I think that makes sense. This project is only getting heavier in terms of the amount of nonsense we're trying to shove into it. Which is why I'm so excited. If I can bring everything together, it will look super amazing. If I can bring everything together. So currently we only have one group like this. I'm gonna have to split this up into three. And how would I do that? I will have like one main bundle. So this one here is tiny. It probably only exists in this capacity down here. But these two guys are like side to side. So I guess it'll be just like this, side to side. Okay, that's fine. For one, we start with this. I want to replace the existing thing. I will have to remesh it either way. I don't think I care. But that part is easy. That's not really a problem. I want to replace it because it will be... Okay, yeah, okay, let's replace it. So I'm keeping the naming the same then. It's gonna look really stupid, but... Okay, wait. What happens at the top now? Now that I think about it, what happens at the top here? Does that mean that it goes all the way? Someone should go all the way and then only split at the bottom. Okay, how about this then? Let's do it this way and see how it goes. So I want this one on the most left side of us to be the main group here. So let's say it looks something like this. Let's just arbitrarily say that it looks like this. Determine it to be like this. Okay, I should just rely on the erasing because this is very hard to control. Alright, just have it like this. Something simple. Maybe ideally if we can even keep it the whole way. You know what, maybe let's keep it the whole way. So this way, the top is always on the same piece. It will make it a little bit easier for us to control it, I think. Instead of having to control two separate pieces for this contour, it will just be one piece. So like that. And then the colors, these guys will be like this. Oh, but what does this mean then? That means that this area here is super important in terms of changing. We need to be sure that, because as these guys spawn and go, this is where things will open up and close. Right? Because what we're saying is that the maximum amount that it can separate is all the way up here. So we can have a strand that goes like this and all open up here. I think that's fine. We won't go to that extent. And we still have control in Live 2D to not go overboard. So yeah, ending there should be fine. Shouldn't be a problem. Okay, so that's number one. Keep this guy on the... Should they're visible? Right, I can't see shit. This is below. Move this up. So this here, we just need to go up here now. I don't need any of this. Don't want any of this here either. But maybe, do I want it to go that high? Doesn't really matter, I guess. Does it matter? I don't know. By leaving it, does it expose me to more issues later? If I'm moving the base, I will have to be careful and not expose it because it does exist. That would be the problem, I think. But if I do erase it, but there's no difference, right? Either way, I'm saying that I cannot move the top. So whether if it exists, I cannot move it because it will come out and go in, which will make it look weird. If it doesn't exist, I also don't want to... Well, I don't have anything left to move. So really, if I just come up to here, is fine too, right? Because effectively, it's no difference. So if I do it like this, it just means that if I open up, at most I get to here. Because any further up I go, it might be weird. I do feel like we should keep this as like a straight path here. So even if we cut, maybe we should cut it like this. And this top bit here serves as a pivot. So we are kind of pivoting and moving it like this. Making sure that we don't affect the stuff at the top, but still keeping this specific contour line here smooth. And not like super tight like this, which will be issues if we move this out just a little bit, it would be curved. So now it's still straight-ish. I think this is probably the best compromise in between. Now I can take this out. Right, I kind of have to fix the coloring too. This part needs to join this. Make this a little bit tighter. Doesn't matter. Cool. So that's number 2. And then finally it would be this guy here. So this is the last part, and wait, I do need to see this actually, never mind. I do need this as well. So I can see where this ends, I can see where this ends, and oh, so this actually will be a bit higher than I originally had it, but I think that's fine. Okay, where does this guy end? This guy is popping out here, so I kind of want to do it like this. Giving it that curve so that when it does show, it'll be natural. And then over here, I'm just gonna cut as well, just like that. And for this. Okay, now that that is settled, I don't need to see these guys. I just need to clean this up. The top part doesn't really matter. I think it will never be shown. So this should be the final set of layers that we're gonna work with here. And as long as we keep all the line art layers at the bottom here, it will look like this. And oh, this part doesn't look very good. I'm gonna fix that. Ah shit, what layer is what? What am I working with? What is this? Oh, sorry, did I not delete it? Okay. Right, I forgot to delete this part from here. This is copy. Okay, this makes more sense. So this is just this. And then this would then fill that gap. This would fill this gap, so on and so forth. And what do I not like here? I don't like the fact that this is kind of high. So I'm gonna bring just this guy down a little bit by making sure that I draw it correctly. Turn off this and bring this down. Yeah, all these lines and stuff will have to be more carefully controlled. The final version. So there's a bit of a distortion here, but as long as we make sure that it doesn't exceed the original, we should be fine here. Okay. So I thought I was done, but we're not done yet, because we need the layers for the shadows now. So we have to sort of envision, like imagine what would happen. So when we turn this thing, oh, this is still kind of high. I guess it's the other layer that is a bit of a problem. It's this guy that's a bit of a problem. Just auto fix it. And then just like before, I'm gonna put 3 separate different colors here, just so we know what is what. I'm gonna use maybe just for the small guy, for the brightest color. Something in between for this guy. And for it to be a little bit darker. So now I can see what's happening. Okay, now I need the shadow layers. So looking at this, when I turn to the X, that's the mouth. When I turn, I want shadow to come out here. And assuming that these guys merge, no, do I care? What am I doing here? How about I just make the exact same thing but darker? In which case I don't have to make anything. All I need to do is just duplicate the layer and then turn it into a multiply layer. So as I turn and merge. When I merge, I want shadow. Oh boy. I don't know what to think about it. Let's prepare one layer just for this big boy here at the very top. And I want to know how this works, and then we can try it with the duplicated layer method as well and see how that works. So we have two different ways of doing it. I'm just gonna... let's just select this. So this would just pop out and... I don't know, maybe go all the way or something? I don't know, let's just do it like this, I guess. I have no idea like how this is gonna work. So, we just have to try. Okay. I don't like that it bulges out in the middle. Maybe I can keep it straight. Let me think. You know what? Let's leave it. So this is it. Saved it. That's fine. So now all I need to do is bring it in here. Is this my physics? No, it's not my physics model. So let's drag it in here. Which one is it? Cool. So now we have all of these guys, which needs to go into side here, left side specifically. So this should have already, yes, already been overwritten. Just need to bring the new guys in here, bring them below. Hang on, let me get rid of the overlaps real quick. It's very confusing. Oh yeah, by the way, this method doesn't really work that well with overlapping, because the moment you have any of these things on lower opacity, I think you can imagine, they're gonna start overlapping. So if these guys are all on 50, it's gonna look super bad. So I think the downside of this technique is that you can't really do overlaps with hair. You would have to duplicate the eye itself and bring it on top of the hair, which, even if you don't mind the trouble of doing it, I don't know how it fares in terms of performance, because the eye frames and meshes have a lot of movement on them. But it's cool, it's cool. We're here to see if that works. Front here, side here. I've already brought them here, right? So I'm gonna delete these guys here. Save. Yes. Okay, what do I have here? So I want the big boy on top. And what are these guys? This is the second big guy, so this will be here. Be like this. Cool. Right, and the shadow is on top. So all of these guys, excluding this guy, these guys. So these need to be moved into position here. Which I'm assuming is just somewhere here. So unfortunately there's a bit of a jagger nonsense here because I didn't clean it up. I forgot that was on top, so I'm just gonna leave it. We don't care about shadow first, get rid of that. So now as long as I put these guys in the same, what you call it, this guy here. Actually, you know what? I need to delete this. So side LX jiggle, side LX jiggle, side LX jiggle. Oh, let me think. Does the previous one have a different deformer setup? Does it matter? No, we're going off script here. We're going off script, doesn't matter. These guys, what was I gonna do? Right, move them into the correct deformer. Once they're here, right, everything else should be fine. Everything here should work. even including the jiggle. Well, it works, but it's a little weird. It's weird, but it's so cool that the line art is it's just handling it, even as the guys hide behind. Actually, even just right now, you can really see that it has a lot more movement compared to the original. It's not very smooth right now because these guys in the back only have... Oh, even the one in the front, I'm gonna have to redo the mesh because it has miscellaneous message here. What? Let me think. Yeah, let's just redo all the meshes. Okay, so let's just start here. Yes, thank you, Silver. We got this, guys. We got this. Although I don't know if there's a need to really undo this mesh. The original mesh looks pretty fine. Maybe I can just auto-gen. Maybe I'll just auto-gen the mesh and then copy from one to the other. But the last time we did it, the copy and pasting is not so good. So I'm suspecting that we have the same issue anyways here. Wait, it's perfect. Isn't it? There's no... Yeah, it's the same. Okay. Whatever works, I guess. I don't really care. I mean, like say for example, I come into this side here. Wait, sorry, I'm just gonna auto-gen. And then auto-gen this. Send it. Copy. Erase, paste. Okay. Exactly the same. Alright. Saves me the trouble. Thank you very much. Whoa. Standard. Done. Copy. Paste. Erase. Paste. Okay. Select these guys. Circle them. Find them. L copy, LC. No, it's not. It's this guy. Fine. Done. L and LC. Yes, sir. Fine. Done. Get rid of these guys because they're annoying. Get out of here. So now I have this. Very cool. What do I want to do? So number one, let's see what we got first. Why does it look so tight again? Hang on. It looks kind of tight. Why do I have two hairs active? Turn that up. Why does it look more tight now? Just by remeshing it. I guess because they have the actual range of movements to... Oh, you know what? It makes sense. Because the movement that is... how do I say this? The warp deformer that is generating the jiggles is the same thing and is applied to them equally. The only reason why it was cooler before is because there was not enough... there was not enough vertices to affect the entire change onto the new parts. But now that there is, it will look exactly the same. So, makes sense. And in fact, that's a good thing because of consistency, right? Is what we're expecting that it should do, and it's doing it. So that's good. Okay, what do I want to do now? So, I guess two parts. The first thing is that when it jiggles, we do kind of want it to merge. So, in which case, it would be the same setup as before. All of these guys would have, I guess, side 2 would be the one. That's number one. The number two thing is that as we turn, I also want the shapes to kind of merge together. So that's yet another 3 sets. Sorry. Because it's, I need to make sure that it's here before I do that. If not, it's bugged. And so that's the two things that I want to do. Then the third thing is the shadow will come in and be like, surprise, motherfucker. And then it's just going to come in like that. But What should it clip to? It should clip to all the colors of all three of them because it should be allowed to come into all three of them. Right? So we will have these guys here. Oh, this is cut off because of the way I painted. So I think that needs to be fixed. Oh, not to mention, what happens when the hair jiggles? I will have to put jiggle physics on the shadow too. Does that mean that the shadow should... But the shadow is already part of this sequence, right? It is. Oh. Okay, I guess that works. Sorry, 1 second. In that case, I'm just gonna update the shadow real quick. Because instead of just having this on... Sorry, not that. I cannot have this just end here. I cannot have it end sharply here, because right now it looks like this. This part is too sharp. We need to have it taper correctly. And, okay, it's hard to see. This is still kind of hard to see, but slightly easier, I suppose. So I want to have it have a nice taper of its own. Ideally a bit longer, so we have a little bit more play here. Save this. And then I'm gonna import it into here. Import. Yep. And now if I move this, it is still cut off because of the way the mesh works, that's fine. As long as we auto-gen this. And it will cover everything, and now when we move it, it will show the tip here. So that's correct. Okay. Everything in control at this point in time. And so what does the physics look like? Right, it sticks to it, right? Because once again, the physics is being done by the same deformer. So it should be exactly the same. And then any variance that we want is then done on to each individual strand with a different set of, so basically on the mesh itself. Okay, this makes a lot of sense. I think this is great. So this setup is very good because the bigger changes that we want to keep consistent is being kept consistent because it's done on the same warp deformer. Then the changes that we want to be specific would be at the lowest, like the highest resolution point that we need it to be, which is on the mesh itself. And as long as we don't need to do anything else with the meshes, this will be the best setup. If we do need to do stuff on this meshes for whatever reason, like changing of proportions, then it gets tricky. Because some of these parameters, for example angle X, you can never change them to blend shape because you do need the parameter setup for angles, you know, actual angles. Like for example angle Z here, on angle Z, this would not work if this was a blend shape. You cannot turn this into a blend shape. So if you have other stuff that needs angles X, and you cannot have it turned into a blend shape because of that, then yeah, complexity will come up. But we can always do other stuff like running it through the physics and hooking up to another pseudo angle X that is a blend shape, but just tracks the value of the actual angle X. But anyways, all of those things are not that important at this point. As long as we know what we're doing at this point, and then there are other ways to set things up, I think that is fine. Just leave that exercise to the future me. In the meantime, I'm just gonna set this other paths up real quick. Okay, cool. So now that we have all the paths, I should have set it up on the main angle here. Doesn't really matter, I guess. And we have them glued, so nothing should be moving out of sync. Everything is fine. Everything is great. So as I turn here, what do I want? I want... Okay, I just need to double check this real quick here. So in the original one we did here, these guys have the mesh. Yeah, it has it on here as well. Okay, good. Okay, that's good. So even though it's glued, I think even without it, it would have moved. Is that true? So I'm going back and forth here because I need to understand these things to be sure. So yeah, like in this case here, it's actually kind of cool because even though these guys don't have any keyframes on the jiggle 2, because of the gluing, they will still follow the color that has this thing here. If the color also got removed, then it doesn't move properly anymore, I think. I think this is the one, right? If all of these guys got removed, then it will be a very stiff because the movement is no longer there. Okay, I don't know if I'm understanding it correctly now. I think it should be fine. Either way, okay. It does mean that it is kind of optional. But it's just better to have it, I guess. I don't know what the last word means. Are you sure it's not LE? Yeah, okay, that makes more sense. Also, I still don't know, like, no, if you put it as LE, then it becomes basically the past tense of that word. But if you leave it as LU, then I don't know what that means. So, the last two words, if you leave it as LAILU, it will imply that it's some kind of noun, I guess. I don't know what that would mean. But if you change that to LE, then it would be a verb. The LAI is a verb, which means to come. And then the LE would just mean that it's in past tense. It's like an ED. And yes, Kirio, that is correct. But going back to what he said, I have no idea in what context and what I'm supposed to feel about it, I suppose. Let me see. So this guy here, as we turn, I want to merge. It's not doing anything because I'm using the wrong selection. So now I can merge it into this, right? And I can also have this take precedence of movement. Sorry, precedence on top of that guy. That being said though, this guy should also move a little bit. No, it should move behind actually, right? I can have it show more, but I need this to be behind. There's a little bit of a bulge here. I think just because of how things work here. I will leave it. Even on the real model, I might just choose to leave it. That's too minor of a problem for something that doesn't get shown for too long. So now we have like more sort of merging of shapes. That's great. And then especially as we come over here as well, we might also choose to have this. Oh, we might just move the center guy a little bit backwards. So that we kind of have like more movement here. Oh, in that case, should the center guy take precedence on top here in terms of drawing order? It will depend on the rendering, so we'll just leave that up to the final model again. And this is cool. And then in terms of the jiggle, we can set that up as well. But before that, I do want to just quickly look at the 3D-ness of this. So I want the shadow to pop out here. So the shadow needs to come out, so it needs to have this. And then as it turns here, so in the beginning, I don't want it to be visible at all. And then as it turns here, it kind of comes out here. So that should be kind of cool, right? I think. It's already on multiply. Not to mention that it does have physics on it as well. And right now it just looks kind of bland because it's only a singular sort of shape here. If we give it like a little a little separated thing here, or like we have two shadows, that would be a lot cooler, I think. Okay, this part is broken. So as we turn as we turn this way here, it is showing because I didn't move it. So if I just shift it out, it'll be fine. So in this situation here, maybe lower. Kind of works. I think because of the fact that I'm using like gray as different parts and the shadow color is not really that dark, it's very hard to read it. It just feels like another part coming out, but I think it works. I think it's fine. Cool, and because of the multiply, it works on both of them. So right now it just looks weird, but in the final one, all of these parts should be the same base color, number one. And then the fact that it's on multiply means that if there's any difference in the rendering, as long as the rendering itself is taken care of, the multiply will apply on evenly on everything else. So actually that means that we might have yet another sort of set of layers between the S and the C, which would be the rendering. Okay, let me think about that real quick. Man, a lot of thinking today. Because the shadow itself is actually part of the rendering. But shadow is different because... No, okay. Oh, I see. I see there's two types of shadow, right? There's form shadow and there's cast shadow. That's like the drop shadow. Oh no, but this is also form shadow. Alright, thinking too much. I think it doesn't really matter. All we need to do is figure out what is it that we want, and then with basically the skills and techniques that we've learned, make that happen. However we can make it happen. Just like painting, you can use multiply to add shadows, or you can just paint the shadow color. Okay. What this tells me is that it's just very important to be aware, like to actually draw out the initial designs in, like on canvas first, like on Live 2D, sorry, on Clip Studio Paint first, because it gives us the clearest image of what is it that we want, and then the execution can then just follow that. We don't have to experiment in the Live 2D menu, which is not necessarily that much more difficult, but not as intuitive for sure, because you have to shift things around. I want to do something really stupid, but it's gonna take so much time, and I don't know if it's worth the effort. So right now, I was just complaining about the fact that we have all these parts in different values, right? So the best way to make it easier to evaluate is to make them the same color. But we have this different color for a reason. It's because I want to know what's happening to all these shapes. Because when you actually have render on them, you can imagine the renders will get distorted the same way that we are seeing these parts get distorted right now. And that becomes a little bit important if you want to use this for reference. However, so what I'm saying is I want to make a toggle that changes the color to the same thing, or change them back. And as far as I'm concerned, the only way to make that happen is you create another set of textures with the color that you want, and then put them next to the ones that we have right now, but put them on the toggle so that they will only show up and cover what we currently have if that toggle is on. But we have a lot of layers. God damn, we have a lot of layers. You know what? Let's leave that. Let's just not do that. Ugh. Let's just not do that. This serves a purpose of being a reference, and what I want to achieve there really is just more of a make this look nicer, make the reference look nicer, which I think is not really worth the time that we're gonna spend. So that's not okay. Let's not do that. Okay. 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 Is there something entering the right side of my screen or thing? No, I'm not sure. This is a multiply efficiency and mix base color with light before apply. Mix base color with mix base color with light before applying multiply. Oh, I see. I think I know what you're saying. Yeah, I think there's a lot of interesting ways you can do it. I've seen people use base color, like on its own normal layer, and then multiply to add the shadows, and then that's it. I've also seen people use base color, then they multiply the entire thing to bring everything down to shadow color, and then they use screen or some other layer mode to then draw in the light again. Yeah. Okay. Oh, okay. Let me just add in the a little bit of jiggle on this, and then I can move on to the next topic here. We're not quite done with this topic either. The underside of the hair. Sorry, this is not even done. This is nowhere near done. This is only the shadow. Actually, I'm not even doing what I'm saying I want to do here. Oh shit. Underside is a different concept. Because right now what we're kind of showing, I mean, it's not that different. It's not really that different though. Showing the shadow side is essentially saying you're showing the underside in this case. But I want more than this, right? We want to have stuff on the other side of the face as well. So let's get that done as well. So right after this physics stuff. So hair, shadow. Cool. Alright, making progress. Oh, okay. Shadow. Jiggle. Oh, jiggling is kind of annoying because if I jiggle this, doesn't mean I have to jiggle the shadow. Okay, let's worry about that when we need to. So let's reset. Let's go here. So as these guys come out, I want to... Oh, and if this is coming out this way, let's lead with this guy first. Just give it a little bit more, I think. But for the other guys, we'll give them more, because that would give us a little bit more merging of shapes here. Okay, so what now? Does it look good? It really doesn't feel like it's moving though. Oh, sorry, it's on X jiggle. I'm stupid. Okay, there we go. I'm looking at this guy here, and I'm like, it's not moving. Right, it's on X jiggle. What the fuck is wrong with me? Oh my god. This part is not enough, I feel like. I mean... The right one, right? So it'll be these... Did I even put it on these guys? I did. Let's be more aggressive with this. There's no point if it cannot be noticed. Oh my god, so hard to move. There's some weird janky nonsense going on. Sorry, why are these guys on side again? Didn't I fix this? No, it's just you because you're a dumbass. Okay. Shit, does that mess things up? Looks fine at the moment though. Okay, hopefully this gives it a little bit more of that. Still very stiff though for some reason. It really doesn't want to move. It should be moving this much. I guess when it's compounded, it doesn't really work that well. Oh yeah, but this part looks really good. Like this feels very nice and soft and smooth now, compared to like having just a fixed texture like that. You can see like the little prongs opening and closing like that. Now if you can just include a little bit more shadow in this, because like these areas here will probably have render of like shadows, right? Like a small triangle of shadow, small triangle of shadow, and so on and so forth. If those things would come in and out as we do this jiggle, that will look so good. Even though the shadow right now, like even the shadow right now is kind of just a little bit like luster. But anyways, I will leave that to my future self. Again, it's not worth the time now. And if we can notice this as an issue, as a point for improvement now, we can probably recognize it later anyways. So I don't have to worry about forgetting about this. I don't have to make a note for this. Okay, so right, on to the next part of the agenda, which would be the underside on the other side of the face as we turn to the X here. So first of all, let's think about how we want it to look. I guess we just add one strand in this case. I just add one strand here. So the thing to consider is, if it is on the other side of the face, how do we want to handle the line art? Because obviously there's this line right here, this one right here. And if there's a underside of the hair that's showing, do I want to consider that part and this part in the front as a singular part? Or do I want to consider them as two separate pieces and just have this line here anyways? Do I care? No, it doesn't matter, right? It doesn't matter. Yeah, it doesn't matter. We were talking about this before. Because all I do is change the drawing order. No, wait, that's not all I do. Wait, that's difficult. Because I do have the line on top of the face here. But if I wanted to merge with the one in the back, I would have to have it behind the face, which doesn't work. So we do have to decide. And the easier way is to just leave it as is right now. But what if we do want to merge it then? There's a lot of other techniques that we can use, but those are kind of jank. Is there a cleaner way? Oh, shit. And you know what? Let's make it first. Let's not worry about this now. How do I want to make it? What do I want it to look like? Just one single prong, I guess. Maybe I just duplicate the main piece here and call it like the back part, underside part. So we ignore this. I'm gonna grab this. I'm gonna grab this. I'm gonna move it up. So I'll duplicate this part, but we just make it simpler. Because I don't need the top. I just need this part. So this gets reduced down to just this. Same for you. Oh wait, do I care about the top? This part should not be visible either way. It should always be hidden. Just to make it more complete, I guess. Ah, you know what? Fuck it. Get out of here. Okay. Do not care, do not care, do not care. Okay, so we just keep this, and I want to change the color so it's even more obvious that's behind. And since we're here, I can take the chance to make the shadow color a little bit darker, and also, you know, what the hell. Okay, so now once we save these, actually let me change this to underside here. Okay, cool. And let's just layer wise, let's just make them be like, shift them in a bit. Save it. Okay, cool. Import. bring this in. Okay, okay. Bring this into the side. Let's make it a new folder actually. Let's call it underside. So that will be there. Drawing otherwise it needs to be behind the face. So yeah, so it'll be there. Ah shit, now that I look at it, maybe it shouldn't be tilted to one side. It should just be tilted to the center. Since we haven't made the mesh yet, I'm just gonna fix this now. There's no need to commit to something that is not good at this stage here. Even then, the mesh can be auto-generated, so we can always just, yeah, it's always justified to do this then. Oh yeah, you know what, just erase it. Let's do this. Yeah, it's kind of hard to control. Let's make sure we understand what we're doing a little bit better by moving it to actually below the face here. Hang on, let's just move these guys in. Huh? Oh no, I moved the wrong thing. So make it look something like that, so when we turn, it'll be a little bit straighter. Let's go with this. Oh wait, sorry. Use my Clip Studio muscle memory there. Oh, we can move it quite a bit, so this can slide out. So where do we want it? We kind of want it here, I think. Okay. So logistics-wise, would these guys not be... So these guys should be under the same guy here. So S side X jiggle. So what that means is that if I come in here, they kind of jiggle as well. They're jiggling weird. Again, no mesh. So... Auto. Why is the mesh so huge? Well, yeah. I guess this must be a setting thing. Oh, okay, it's not lining up. Okay, buddy. Why is it not lining up now? Like, what's the difference? I don't get it. We did exactly the same steps, but the result is different. The difference would be that we updated the texture one more time after bringing it in the first time. So is it keeping some kind of data from before in terms of size? What do you want me to do, bro? Yeah, like why does it do this? I don't get it. This doesn't change anything, I don't think. They're still sort of disconnected. Oh boy, let's swap music out. Oh my god, freaking... This is actually like what, boss music, I think? Zakum boss music? At least it's that area, I think. Okay. Oh, but this one is good though, I like this one. This is Orbis Tower, I think. Okay, what do I do here? What if I do it the other way? Can I copy this and bring it over here? Why is it broken there? Oh my god. Still not the same. There should be a reason why, but as long as we cannot figure it out, I'm gonna have to do this manually. I can't even auto them together, can I? Yeah, they do it separately. Yeah, no, but I'm copy and pasting them, right? Why would it be different? Okay. And it's not different 100% of the time. It is different. Some of the points are moved slightly differently. Okay. Okay, fine. I will just work with what I've got here. How do I want to do this? You just do it like this and then just join the mesh, and then I think that'll be good enough. Don't want to put too much effort into this. Okay. I don't think this will cause any issues. We don't intend. Why are there two sets here? Oh, it's okay. There are two sets because the top and the two sets are not. Oh, sorry, selecting too much. Okay, so they're refusing to do the same thing. As long as there's some form of generation being done, it appears that some of these points are just going to not match up. So as long as there's some form of generation done. But if that's the case, then I'm just gonna have to do it manually then. Because erasing it, I'm not gonna be able to keep track of what I erased and what I did not erase, so... Yeah, like what is this? What? How do I do that? Okay, how about this? Okay, it still decides to move apart. There must be something I'm not understanding, because I did that by hand too. Guess I can just try to match them up a little bit here. Yeah, because it's not a perfect match. It's the glue is gonna be weird, but so were the other ones. So maybe that's why the other ones were still kind of weird. But as long, yeah, you know what? We don't even really need the glue. As long as you select both at the same time, that would have worked too. But yeah. So this would allow this to pop out. So in the usual state, we don't see anything. And then only when we turn, we see something come up. And then of course, this part here, we need to ensure that it's not visible as well. So that will be one strand. You can have another one. Then it'll be very complex and stuff, but it might look too much. Not to mention the so this darker side that we're seeing most likely isn't the backside of the front, but rather the backside of something that would have been here. So we would just have to set that up. I just have to. Ah, shit, man. I need to think about that because there's a lot of things to do. I don't think most 3D will go that far. I don't think most will go that far. How would that be set up? Because it'll be on this side, right? It'll be this side here. So to some extent, it would be the behind side of this. As long as this is large enough at this point. Yeah, like having... Okay, so the technique with the line arts merging, that would be very important. Because that will allow us to constantly spawn new... Essentially new strands of hair as we turn. Without causing there to be like 10,000 different lines here. But then now we have this line here, which would be great if it's gone, and we just let the colors and shading and values do the talking. Yeah, letting the values do the talking would be the best. But at the very least, in this stage here, we at least still have physics going. Should the physics be different at this point? I think it might be warranted to have the physics be different, considering it's not really part of this plane anymore. So instead of following the same X and Y jiggle, the underside guys would have its own sort of jiggle. It will follow the Z, perhaps. Wait, what does the Z look like? Yeah, it could follow the Z, it could not follow the Z. Yeah, this part especially shouldn't follow the same Z anymore. Because it wouldn't be caught on this side of the face. It would be just on the other side. Yeah, I need to write like this document in terms of technology that we want to add, tech that we want to add. I think I need to figure out what is higher priority, because when I make this, I'm just gonna go down the list, and I might spend too much time on useless stuff too early. Okay, that's all the other stuff. What do I want to do now? We have this issue of this line art here still being visible. Yeah, if I move this behind, that would be gone. There's yet another technique that we can do. No, but it wouldn't really work. It wouldn't really work. Because if we just need lines to show here, we can also have a line sort of, you know, like if I turn this face shading completely black, I'll put it on top and then do reverse mask. Then it will only show for this part, but then yeah, it doesn't really work. Oh! Wait a second, we can do it. I would duplicate the color for the face. So I will duplicate this guy. How do I turn it completely black? Can I do it inside here? Yes, I can. Why is there a difference here? Shouldn't it be the exact same thing? Because this is not transparent here. This is actually the face texture. What? So I can do it like this. If I just put it on reverse mask onto the line art layer. No, but it'll be on top, right? Wait, hang on. Sorry. Okay. I need to do this step by step. It's hard to imagine. So first of all, this is the line, right? So this guy specifically, if I take this ID, I put it here. I need it to be normal mesh, right? So it will only show on this specific spot here where it's overlapping. So if I technically turn off this hair... Actually, where is it? Which one is it? I lost track. Is it this guy? What are you on? 78? No, 36. 36. Right, if it's invisible, it would show everything still. What if I move this down? Why doesn't it go down, down, down? Down, down. Oh, okay, there we go. Okay, okay, this is it. So instead of having this line art be drawn by the line art of the actual bundle here, I would have that one merge with the back. That would be fine. But we will have yet another base color which is completely black, as you saw. And because this is clipped onto just the line art, it will only draw the part that it overlaps with line art, which technically draws all the stuff out here as well. So if I turn off the hair color, you can see that it's drawing the black part here as well. But because we have hair on top, it is now no longer visible. So we can then have these shapes merge. And this will still merge. So this is amazing. So this will then reappear. You can see how it kind of buggy actually. Wait, hang on. Oh, right, because it only merges the stuff behind. So now we have to be careful with this transition here. It's not perfect, but I think it's very interesting. That means that in this angle here, we can let values do the talking. But over here, we still have the lines come up. But this part is jank at the top. It's just kind of disappearing and reappearing, but... that's an interesting piece of tech, I think. Okay, whatever, dude. That was, you know, something we could have worked on. We come up with a viable solution, possibly a viable solution. I'm just gonna leave it at that. Future me will take care of oh, sorry, this whole thing was kind of blocking the whole time, huh? Yeah, but anyways, I don't know if you guys saw it. Let me see. I could separate it. Not worth the effort, I don't think. It's not really worth the effort, is it? Oh shit, this angle is broken. This angle is broken. Oh man. What a pain, yes. Same for this, right? Surely this side is broken, yeah. You can see the underside there a little bit. What about this? Yeah, this one too. What about this? Okay, I'm really liking this underside of the hair. It's looking very cool. We don't have any hair that sort of flips over like what they did. Because the amount of force, I think, needed to shake the head in order for the hair to flip over would be a lot, I think. So I think it would be kind of weird in order to have like this amount... Oh wait, are they even showing it? It's in the beginning. Yeah, if you look at... Oh my god, it's too fast. All the pink parts are the underside. That's a lot of stuff flipping over for the movement, I feel like. If you're just nodding ahead, I don't think it will get to that extreme. It's a bit too much movement. But having this sort of show, pretty cool. And then, you know, my character has a lot of messy hair. I think I'll just deal with that on the final one as well. So there will be stuff popping out here, and then the perspective of how I want them to be, and my god. Whole separate can of worms, basically. So okay, now that's done. What next? So expressions would be the most important thing then. Following this. Come to think of it, did I even watch the tutorial that I paid money for? What did I even do here? I didn't even watch it. Oh, I see. They have extra physics just for the underside to flip. Makes sense, makes sense. That was what they were showing in the beginning there. Oh, there is one thing I would like to do right now, is that the eyes are now covered again. So because of the new tag on the hair, and if I want to use it, it will mean that I can no longer put overlaps like this. So I'm gonna turn off these guys and undo all the clipping and stuff like over here. Oh, okay, let me think. Do I care? I do not really care, right? Let's just leave it on for now. Because even if I overlap the eyes on top, oh no, it would be a lot darker because I have double overlaps. That's fine. Two hours of music gone. Ooh. Okay, I'm gonna think about this for a bit because I need to figure out how to overlap eyes on top instead of hair on top. I do think Variamon actually showcased this in his tutorial, so I have to look at that real quick, I think. Or I can try thinking about this myself. So the eyes here. Can I not just duplicate the entire part? It would be very excessive, but it would be the easiest way to do this. If I just have another one. Right? And what do I do with this? Let's move the drawing order up. Right, so this will push the eyes on top. I don't think I want to do this. Let me think. So I cannot really adjust opacity on the layer folder, which I don't fully understand why. Oh man, how do I do this? Like, okay, select all child objects. Maybe I undo all of these folder selections. It's still not letting me set the opacity. Okay, let me delete this. Because just like the hair, when I make the overlap, it still remains in this same sort of deformer hierarchy. We just need to bump the draw order up. We don't really need to make a folder and then move the entire folder up, because all of these deformers doesn't need to be duplicated. We just need to duplicate the mesh itself. Just these guys themselves. So if I just copy and paste this, does it keep all the movement? It does, right? So if I then bump this up, it is now drawn on top. If I then bump this down to 50%, isn't that problem solved? So there is one thing that we probably won't be able to tell, is that if our texture for some reason is both of them are sort of 50% or something, then the overlap part might be a little bit weird. Or if there's some kind of drawing on top that might not work that well, I don't know. I can't quite foresee any issues at the moment. But this seems like this would be fine, no? The hair one also did a lot of clipping. But why would I need to bother with clipping if it's just always 50% on top? Huh? This looks like a great solution. What? We don't even need to set out all the clipping IDs and stuff like that anymore. So over here it might be a little bit weird. Yeah, like this part should be darker than this part, I think, because my hair itself is also doing some weird stuff in order to do the overlap. So there's double overlap and causing it to be doubly overlap. Where is it? So these guys here, I think if I turn them off. Oh, wait a second, because it's sitting on top of the line art. Does it matter? Isn't that the point? That is the point, isn't it? Oh, right, because these guys don't work the same anyway. Let's keep it asymmetrical. I think that's the... As a reference material, I think it would be best to keep as much of the information self-contained in this one file as possible. I don't have to open multiple different files. So the right side will remain number one, static. This hair is very flat compared to the left side. And the overlap will remain in the structure of using hair to be on top. That is duplicated. And so these guys on this side will not work the way we want it to. So for example, the front hair is not overlapping part. We're not duplicating the right side eye, so this right side will remain blocked. And the left side, we will do the new thing with this, and then... Yeah, okay. So something like this. So the only downside is because we have parameters on these, so whenever we change the parameters, we have to remember to reduplicate it. But honestly, given the way I work in Clip Studio Paint, especially with the 10,000 bajillion layers that I work with, a lot of times there are very weird masks that you have to keep in mind to redo whenever you make any changes. So I'm kind of used to this. In terms of like the painterly style, I think it will be very annoying to do this. Like if you're used to a painterly style of just painting on one layer. Oh, sorry. What is this? Ah, right, this is a problem. Yes, this is the problem. The problem is when two of the same eye parts overlap themselves. Then we have a problem. Right. So what do I do with this? The side frame and the back frame... Sorry, the side frame and the top frame are both overlapping on this one spot. Can I therefore not do a reverse mask? Because I do have the mask available. I can do a reverse mask and put this masking on the top frame. Right, so this will only draw in areas where the top frame does not exist. So now that's no longer a problem. But this solution is kind of annoying because what happens when I close the eye? This should still be fine. This is not fine. I kind of forgot that we need to do the keyframe change. So multi-key change on all of these guys. On all of these, I need to put the draw order at 800 and opacity at 50 no matter what. This will then keep this consistent here. How come the eyebrows didn't screw up? Oh, because it's not actually on this parameter. So if we go to one that actually has the eyebrow parameter, yeah, it's screwing up. Of course it is. Okay, but it's an easy catch, so it's not too bad. It's not like it's gonna creep up on us during the middle of a stream. This is fine. Okay, everything so far so good. If I don't know if you guys will agree. This is getting kind of complicated. There's a lot of moving parts now. So all of these as well needs to get duplicated. Man, this is gonna be kind of bad. Do I want the eye white to be duplicated? Wait, hang on. I guess that's a stylistic choice. It doesn't really matter. In the meantime, we just do it. Make sure we change all of them at the same time here. Now add an O here to differentiate. I guess I do have to press the... Okay. Oof. Okay, what am I looking at? Jesus. Right, so again, a lot of overlapping parts. So everything needs to reverse mass on the frame because they always overlap with the frame. Then the eye itself needs to reverse mass. Sorry, the eye white needs to reverse mass with the eye itself. Then the eye itself needs to reverse mass with the pupil. Oh my god. Okay, this works, but this is very heavy. This is a lot of oh, this is a lot of work. So anytime we make a change, all of these needs to be sort of redone. To be redone. Is redone a word? Oh, not to mention they already may have clipping masks on them. Highlight. So yeah, this highlight needs to stay within, right? And what happens if we... Okay, let's fix the ones that we know is a problem, specifically this white part here. It doesn't have anything used yet. The overlap for this guy. Put it on this guy. Put it on reverse. So now it's only here. Then I also need to make sure it doesn't overlap with this guy. So this will now have to be here as well. That fixes that, right? And then this guy should not be drawing. It should only reverse. Oh, something happened. It's currently matching with art mesh. What is art mesh? It is the eye white. So it's saying that it needs to draw within the eye white. But if the moment I click this reverse, it's saying that I can draw anywhere outside of the eye white only. So that's why it's not drawing here anymore, I think. Oh, right, because this is 100. Oh no, because it's already not drawn. Oh, I see, because of the value that I'm using. I'm using it on this 86, whereas the actual one is on 12. So if I put this on 12, that will fix that issue. So now this eye is no longer drawn regardless, only on stuff that is not part of that. So what was the original problem? The original problem was that it's overlapping the frame in terms of whenever this is blocked. So yeah, it's overlapping the frame. So that part gets extremely dark. Oh, but if I put it on here, it would then work. Because we have two types of masks that I want to apply simultaneously on this part. Two types of masks on this same spot. It would not work, right? Man, I'm having trouble thinking right now. So suppose I take this and I put it here, and then I turn on reverse mask. So I'm saying that do not draw on those parts. Oh, sorry, this is the pupil. Which has the same issue, but... Right, because now it no longer draws there. That's why this part disappears. Because only the white one is now peeking through, I think. I'm so confused. This is very complicated. What if I just don't draw this guy? But it will still overlap the top. The problem remains. It's still a problem up top. So as long as eye base. What if I take this out now? So what I'm saying is that the eye base can draw anywhere that isn't this, but then it will be peeking up the top then. Okay, this doesn't really work then. I need it to be contained within the white part, but then not overlap with the top part. So unless the white part is drawn exactly the correct size, where the white part doesn't overlap with the top frame, then all I need to do is just lock it to the white part. Ah, yes, Silver. Good night. Thank you for dropping by and listening to me rant. Talk to myself. But this is not an issue because this is a very interesting issue. So once we use line/color separation, hair 50% overlay show under eye that is covered does not work, since 50% on hair causes a lot of overlaps. So that's the main problem, is the fact that we can no longer do over 50% opacity on the hair, because the hair would then overlap with themselves. Can we fix that one instead? If the hair is overlapping with itself, what is it that we want to say? That then we want to do a reverse mapping of every blob of hair on every other blob of hair. So if I have 6 different strands here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, then for this one in the middle, it would have to say that I can only draw it if it is not overlapping with the other 5. But the problem then becomes, there is a very specific hierarchy that we have to follow. The one that is on top needs to be drawn first. Everybody else then don't draw themselves if they're underneath. Okay, it can work. Actually, it can work. We can keep the original. Overlay technique, assuming we set up this series of reverse masks. It should be kind of complicated, but because if we use the eye, then it wouldn't really work, simply because. Okay, so the solution to this is that if we make each strand of hair reverse mask on every other strand while maintaining while ensuring, I guess, the hair on top is drawn first, it might work. And so the reason why I need to talk about the order here is because right now we don't have any rendering. The moment rendering comes in, we cannot just say that this strand I only want to draw as bottom bit that isn't overlapping with other stuff, because continuity of the rendering will be broken. So we need to ensure that the stuff that is actually on top is drawn first, so that it is seen as a continuous strand of hair. And anything that is behind it can then just draw that tiny bit that is exposed, and that will work. And then the eye overlapping method would not work just because it's simply conflicting. So in terms of, so we can do eye instead, but unless, so eye white is drawn exactly as it needs to. So in other words, all parts are only as big as they need to be and do not overlap. So this also assumes that no overlapping happens on rigging. It won't work since so eye base overlaps with eye white and eye frame. And eye base needs to stay within eye white, so normal masking, but stay out of eye top frame, which would be the reverse masking. So we will need two different types of masking to be active at the same time, if that is the case. And of course, we also have the option of just not showing any part of the eye that is covered by the hair. But if your character does have, you know, hair covering one entire side of the face, then there will be a problem. But okay, that still depends on the person, I guess. Ideally, I would like to show the hair and the eyes. Okay. I would like to say that I want to deal with this problem when I get onto the final model, but there's no difference with dealing with it now. That's the whole point of the stream, is to sort out all the problems before we get to the final one. Okay, let me think about this. The eye overlapping method therefore does not really work that well, simply because it is not very realistic to have the eye white drawn exactly as needed. It's not that realistic. So right now the problem is that, okay, having the eye white show actually is kind of weird. Let me see. Would it be kind of weird? Hang on, I have one reference here that I can check. Oh, did I save it actually? It might be on my Twitter. Might be on my Twitter. Doesn't even have to be this. It just needs to be any old live 2D model where the eye is covered. Oh my god, let me find it. Live 2D model where the eye is covered. I know I have one in my bookmarks. It's just gonna take a while to find it. Scroll down. Okay. Because of how messy my character's hair is, I think there's a good chance that hair will be covering the eyes, which is why I need to sort this out. We cannot just say that, you know, the hair is never going to cover the eyes. We just make sure it never covers. There's not an option for us. Come on, where is it? Who rigged it, actually? Oh shit, now that I think about it, it might not be in my bookmarks. It might just be in one of those Live 2D Riggers account that I always have my tabs open on, but I've kind of closed a bunch of tabs recently. Okay. I just want to confirm, when people show stuff underneath, show the eye underneath, do they actually show the white part or not? And if they do, what does that look like? Because normally if I draw, I would have it shown, right? Because the way that I do it would force it to be shown. So this is the one I'm looking for. This one specifically has eyes right behind the hair. And the white part does seem to be shown. Every single part does seem to be shown. I don't know why this part is not shown here, but it's shown here. Or maybe it's just too faint. Oh, it's probably just too faint because it's just the frame, right? So we have a little bit here. So if the white part does need to be shown, so that would be shown, yes. So actually up to this point, everything has been fine so far. It's just the pupil, it's just the base that is causing problems, because the base needs to stay within the white part, but it needs to be away from the top part, which would then cause a double overlap. So performing a normal clipping to just the eye mesh, the white mesh itself, would prevent anything from going outside, but would be forced to overlap on this part. I might have to make a compromise. and create something specifically for this. But wouldn't that just be the IY then? Then in which case, all I'm saying is I would like to rig the IY to be exact. But it's not gonna be exact though. It's not possible. Without some amount of overlap, there might be a gap here, which will look weird. So IY itself shouldn't be touched. If we were to make some kind of compromise or some special nonsense here, it would mean to have another separate mesh that would stay within the boundaries of where we want to draw the overlap. Actually, by the way, this stuff, get rid of this real quick. What? I'm guessing it's because of that. It does look very messy though. Actually, what's happening with this part here? What is that? Oh, that's the other hair. Oh, I see. That's the other hair behind this hair. That's the line art for the other hair. That's behind this hair. That's faded out by the white part. Okay, yeah, this drawing here makes a lot more sense. Yeah, the eye base is the problem. It needs to stay in the white part, stay out of the top frame, and stay out of anything that's in the eye itself that's not part of the original. Oh, what about drawing order? Wait, hang on. No, but because opacity is turned down, drawing order doesn't matter. It would just mean that they're gonna overlap in a different order, but it's still gonna overlap. Oh my god. Everything else works, just this part. It would be very obvious because it's the eyes. Even if we did draw a new thing, what does that mean? It means I'm trying to reverse mask. Oh, so I'm not even drawing an eye part. I'm actually drawing the reverse mask of it, which would be everything outside. Not to mention, we cannot draw the pupil part either. Let me take a look at Rariemo's video real quick, because he did briefly mention this. He didn't want to do it, because I think he was talking about this exact problem. But I thought I remember him mentioning something briefly. It's like, oh, you can try this and that. Partsの重なりを増すこの反転を Oh, wait. Oh, wait, it's a third method. Wait, hang on. There's a third method here. Can I reverse mask on the stupid hair itself? Now, what does that mean? That doesn't mean anything. Wait, hang on. The whole point is that the hair cannot have opacity. I can make it so that the hair doesn't draw over the eyes. But then the eye will be full power, right? So it'd be very weird. It wouldn't overlap nicely. What's he saying actually? Yeah, that's just making not drawing it. What is he saying? He's saying to use... Okay, what is he saying? So instead of having this on top, okay, I'm gonna disable this real quick so that none of this is gonna interfere with this next test. So none of the overlays are gonna be active. Right, so right now it's completely covered. This part is still doing it because we didn't do any special thing with that part, so that's fine. So why are these guys still visible? Get out of here. Alright, so we're going back to the stage where we were basically blocked, right? I am going to duplicate this guy again. And I am going to take his ID. I'm going to go up and I'm going to make it so that these guys don't draw over this part. And let me see. So the side that is new. Sorry, what is this? This is the front. Okay, right. So we're touching the side here. Specifically, I want to touch on not the shadow, but these guys. Let's say just on this main part. If I put the as clipping ID, it will end up only drawing over this part. Right? Because that's what clipping means. It's only drawing on this. Actually, where is it? Why is it not even drawing? Is it drawing? Oh, sorry, I'm using this. I thought I was using the brown. No, I'm using the frame. So it will only draw over this frame. If I reverse mask, then it will never draw over the frame. Because that's the reverse. But now what happens if I take this masking object and I turn down its opacity? It doesn't do anything. I was under the impression that this would do something. So the masking thing is just an alpha channel. It doesn't care about the... well, not alpha channel. It's just a black and white thing. Binary thing. So that doesn't really work. Actually, why is he saying it here? Okay, he's talking about opacity, but at the same time, he's been looking through the... OBS is dead? Is it good? I don't know if it's good or not. I think it might have temporarily lagged out. I'm not 100% sure. I'm looking at the YouTube studio thing, and I see my subtitle updating a little bit. So I think it's fine, at least right now. So he's saying it's not about the opacity here in this setting, but if the opacity of this mask, of this art itself, was not 100%, then using it as a reverse mask would therefore allow only partial drawing. Well, will still allow partial drawing of the hair that's on top. But because if that's the case, that means you're preparing yet a different set of textures. It's no longer about duplicating current textures, but preparing yet a different set of textures. I think we can do a quick test right now, just to see if this is a viable concept, because we're basically saying that this left iframe here, I would need to lower its opacity. Okay, I guess the easiest way would just to be using an airbrush here. Let's say that's the opacity lowering. I'm just gonna save this, undo that real quick, and then bring this in. Okay, yeah, so it actually does work. So it's not about the opacity here. This opacity doesn't really do much. Right, it's only, you see, it's only changing the opacity of the stuff that isn't overlapping with the hair. It doesn't really affect the mask, but the mask is affected by opacity, just not the setting in here. Okay, that's so jank. Okay, it's kind of jank. But at least it's the third viable option, you know, like we can technically create a different set for every single one of these and import it. Okay, that's actually kind of a problem because every time we create a new texture, it needs to be put into the atlas. At the very least, right now, we don't have that many textures, but if in the future we have different clothing, we might run out of space on the texture thingy. Oh, we have to face with massive lag because maybe running out of space is not that likely, considering the largest texture size is 20k by 20k texture. Oh, you know what? That's actually not that difficult to hit because our canvas is 4k, 4.5k by 9k. It's actually not that difficult to hit, but okay, so make different set of textures for use as mask. So these need lower opacity in the mesh directly. Live 2D cubism opacity setting does not work for some reason. So jank. Okay, anyways, I'm just gonna save this here. So now it's already restored, but I'm just not gonna bother updating the texture until further down the line. Because if we do it like this, then the hair would be able to... But wouldn't it be the same problem? As long as it's... We need to do a quick test here, because... Yeah, actually, now that I think about it, if I have lower opacity on this, if I lower opacity on the other frame too, what happens to the part that's overlapped? Because you can really see that there's overlapping issues here now. Is this even viable? And then if I take the... Oh, that means there's no need for this anymore, actually. I can just use the original here. What is this number? 2? What is this number? 4. So, okay, I go up to... 2 and 4. Oh, sorry, this is the line art. Yeah, it's the same problem. It's the same problem. Wait. Fuck. It's the same problem. What fun. Hang on. So where does that leave us? That means this technique does not work. Does not... the same issue with overlapping. Overlap areas. Okay. So the only thing that still we haven't tried out is number 1. Is option number 1, which is to do a bunch of reverse masking on these guys themselves. So that's a very involved test because we need to make a dupe for every single one of these, not the side ones. Let's say like for the new orb here. Okay, I do have to reset the site here real quick. Okay, so that's reset back to normal status. And lock it? No, it's already locked. Okay, my god. Getting kind of tired. So we have the hair up here. So currently these guys here, if we did the same method we did before, that is to make an overlap duplicate for each one of these guys. Let's go and do this. Turn the opacity down for all of these guys. Drawing order would be the same. In this technique, it will be the same. And then have these guys completely not draw over the left eye. For example, they will not draw over the left eye. So they will only draw on parts outside of the left eye. And then the parts that do our lower opacity will only draw over this part. So this looks like it works right now, but that's only because we haven't done the same thing for the line art yet. The line art right now is just completely black, right? But in the actual thing, it wouldn't be black. Like there will be colors here, so we would still need to perform this step onto these guys. Which once we do it, I think it's gonna be a problem. Okay, sorry, what? These guys are gonna go down. Why is my drawing order... Oh, right, okay, that makes sense. Never mind. Oh, right, yeah, okay, no, because it's in this folder, but it's being set. Okay, that's fine. Don't touch that part. I need to reverse mask onto the left eye itself. Is it not breaking? Okay, there's some weird stuff going on with the back of the eye here. That's the eye base, I think. Shouldn't that be an issue for the other way? Wait, why didn't I see this before? Also, it's working? Because I'm expecting the top part here to have issues. Because what are we saying here? We're saying that... So I guess when the eye is in here, it wouldn't be a problem. Okay, what happens if I move the eye up? I just want to check my understanding here. Where is my eye? So this guy. How do I select the whole damn thing? Yeah, if I put it over here, you can see how like there's different parts that will overlap. Because the 50% are being drawn. And they're being drawn at the same spot. And so they overlap with each other. So the reason why we don't see this issue right now here is because there are no overlap parts that is going to cause this issue. If we turn it to this point, even when we turn it to this point, there is still no overlap parts from the top guys, from the hair itself. But once we do it for the other side here as well, so the moment we do it for the right side here as well, I think it's gonna be a problem. Alright, so these guys here. I'm only doing it to the left eye right now. Just to keep it clean here. Yeah, so now we're starting to have issues there. How come I don't see it here? Is it just because it's too bright? No, it's because of my layering structure. Hang on. Okay, this is gonna get super confusing. I have to be very careful with this. Alright, that kind of fixed it. But there should be some jankiness happening here, I think. Because the hair in the back, and then the hair in the front, and then the eye itself. All three are interacting with each other. That's the brow. Yeah, like this part here is overlapping. This part here would be overlapping. So in order to stop the overlaps from overlapping with themselves and only overlapping with the eye, it would mean that the overlaps themselves, these guys themselves, will also need a reverse mask. And these reverse masks would dictate that they don't draw. Wait, hang on. So number one, I cannot just mask it to the eyes because they are basically only ever visible over the eyes anyways. Because if it's not over the eyes, even though they are being drawn, they're being overshadowed by the actual full power, full opacity versions of themselves. So there's no point in doing that. We just need to make sure they don't draw over the other strands of hair. But this is where the ordering would matter, because if there's rendering on top... Okay. Oof, let me think. So what's the ordering here? For example, in this case here, what do we want? So we have all these guys, and these guys will have to exclude each other from themselves. So this... Let's do the big boy. So this is the big boy here. This is the overlap version. So I would need to exclude drawing over every other position. No, this guy don't care. Because it's the big boy, he doesn't care. Let's take the big boy from here then. This one is underneath that, so I don't want it to draw. So right now, if I just take this guy and I move it up here, so we can see that the one behind this white part here is still being drawn. The plan is to make that not happen. So that guy is this number one here. That is the overlap that's happening. If I do a reverse mask, meaning that I only draw stuff that is not covered by the mask, and I use this guy as the mask, then if I move the eye up now, I don't see it anymore. I see the black part because that's the other thing that's getting in the way. But so I can do that to this guy as well, and I'll reverse mask the same value here. Oh, well, there's a problem here immediately. Same reverse mask, right? So it's not being drawn there. Why is it getting darker? Okay. But just as a proof of concept, it does work, right? Does it work? It does work. So the black part that you're seeing here is probably a warp deformer. It's one of the boxes. It's not actually the hair, it's line art. I think that's a warp deformer. Because you can see the triangles here. Yeah, it's a very faint triangles here. So is that right? I'm seeing something else though. I'm gonna hang on, let me bring the eye back real quick. I'm just gonna hide all the other hair down below so that they don't become an issue here as well. Alright, so only talking about that overlap there. I should no longer see any overlap here. As opposed to when I didn't do this method before, where if this was empty, if this were empty, eye comes up, you see that overlap there. So this is a viable technique, except that it's very tedious because depending on the number of strands overlapping, it would be a lot of stuff that you have to do. Okay. So I think this is classified as viable. We can always just do the bare minimum necessary sort of overlap reverse masking needed by constantly testing the model and constantly just adjusting it. Okay. Man, this is Interesting. I still have one more question with regards to this is why did it go darker? Because reverse mask means it's not drawing, right? It's not drawing only over this part. Sorry, this is the line art. It is therefore referring to the line art of 44, which would be U, 65, and 93. This is 62. Sorry, what is 62? The color. Oh, I think I'm supposed to deal with this guy instead, not the color. So I should use 65 instead. Alright, that changed only a little bit there. So it doesn't draw over that part. Does this even look right? Why was it so much brighter then? Oh, but this is full power white color though. This is almost full power. Yeah, it's full power because that part disappears completely. So this is the correct way. This is what it should be. So that's fine. And I guess the reason why these guys don't break... Are these guys not breaking actually? They do break. Okay, so they do break. So as expected before, they do indeed break. They're just not having issues here. Ooh. So the current final character model thing that I'm working on does have hair covering the eyes. And there's multiple different strands that's gonna be there. So the reverse masking would be kind of insane. Okay. Okay. But at least we have some viable way of doing this. It's just not very good, but it is viable. As long as we're not completely unable to do this. Right, I still have to get rid of this. So I'm just gonna restore this back to the state where there is no masking. Nice light, broski. Okay, I'm leaving out the new layers there though. I can't be bothered to delete them. Because I'm gonna have to return to this issue. So right now nothing is showing at all. So return to the state where nothing is showing. So that's and then the I version of the overlap. So the I version of the overlap just doesn't work because we have it's just the base. If we can just fix the base problem, it's just this guy. Stay within bounds, but yet at the same time needs to be excluding some of the... So eye base cannot clip onto hair because then we will see the top part that's outside of the eye. So this overlap. Right now it's still clipped to this, so it will only show the part that's in the eye. And the moment the frame comes in, it overlaps and we eat shit. God damn it. And then when the pupil comes in, that means for the pupil part, there will be the eye base overlap and the pupil overlap. So double overlap. Which then causes it to be super dark, which is not what we want it to be. Because the overlap darkness needs to be about this level here. And then here in double overlaps, it will be darker, and the double overlaps here will be darker. That's right? Anyways, Just these two problems: eye base and frame, and eye base and pupil. Okay, I'll probably come back and think about this issue. If this one isn't solved, I don't know how the hair merging and underside thing is gonna work. Underside, I guess, is fine, not really related. The hair merging is very cool. It is very good though. Being able to show the outline whenever we want, like only the outline for the shapes that we want. That will be so clean if you can execute it clean. Okay, at least the overlapping hair is potentially a viable way to do it. So we still have hope. It would just be very tedious to execute, but we still have hope. Okay, we'll just leave it for now. It's a tricky problem to deal with. The next thing would be the setup of expressions, I think. If I can set up expressions and figure out how to use it, we can basically start on the rigging, no problem, because everything else will be incremental. Just delete them. Okay. So I'm going to just make a backup of everything real quick. And then while it is copying stuff over, I'm going to go to the toilet. Okay. Just these guys. We made a lot of progress today. Gotta make sure that we keep a backup. Replace the files in destination. Oh, very small files. Only 6 MB, 7 MB in total. Okay, there we go. Have a backup of that. Okay, I'm gonna be right back. I'm just gonna open this. To make sure I don't open the wrong thing. Here. Okay, BRB. Okay. 5 hours in. I need to get more shit done. Come on. Years. Okay, years is a thing. Expression years. Link up in VTube Studio. That would be very important. I'll do that off stream here. And then proportion changes. Blend shape for eyebrows. Yeah, that's kind of like we can do that anytime we want. It's very straightforward. Blend shape of eyebrows kind of go together with VTube Studio actually. Mostly exactly what the benefit is, like how much more fluid do things get. I think that is kind of all this rigging is not gonna mean anything if we don't know how to use it properly at the end of the day. I'm working based off of the assumption that as long as we set the model up in a way that most other people are doing, and having all the features available on different parameters, I'm assuming that later down the line we can just make it work. but it might not be true. So if things don't go the way I expect it to go, we might have to come back and remodel and re-rig some of the stuff again. Not to mention all the blue dots. Oh my god, the blue dots is insane. everything is out of the parent deformer. I think, wait, where is it? Is it deformer? Where is it? That's like the, yeah, the validate deformer. It's complaining about everything. Everyone is sticking out from their parent deformer, and all the number of meshes is like insane. It's like 15, 15. Everything is broken in this test file here. Okay, I want to do something that's a little bit easier than trying to figure out this really tricky issue. Expressions, I feel like it's kind of hard. I think I need a lot more brain power to deal with expressions. So I might just deal with the years instead. Let me just take a quick look at the years, because I think it's easier. I don't know for a fact, but I think it's easier. Okay, sorry, what am I gonna do? Oh, it's my this guy here. Oh no, I look at my YouTube. Okay, the last one here. Oh shit. The last one here is my animal year reference here. Put it over here. Actually, originally when I first saw this, I didn't really like it that much. But I found a lot of other stuff, and I also don't really like the other ones that much. So at the very least, this is like a, you know, a big YouTube channel. So this is the digest of like the entire lesson, essentially the entire class. The only thing, yeah, so when she's turning the head, this is very flat. You see how the way that it's moving in the X and Y? It looks like it's on its own plane, and you're just kind of turning a piece of paper, I feel like. I think it's just because of that, like this part of the year is connected to just here. I think it should be connected to somewhere a little bit further back, so that when you turn it moves a different amount than the top part and the inner fluff there. So yeah, this part should be further back, I think, if we can get that to happen. So I just want to see the structure here, and in terms of the other improvements, we will try to make it work ourselves. Let me see, what do I want to do? I'm tired. I don't have it. Okay, fine. I go this way. Okay, I want to kind of look at what other people on Twitter are doing in terms of years real quick, just to refresh my memory, because I definitely did the search before, and the fact that I don't remember anything means that I didn't find anything I really like. Okay, I'm praying that we don't get anything weird pop out here. Live 2D tags have been generally pretty clean. And the years don't really move. Oh my god, the tail. Whoop. I might be falling in the... how do I phrase this? I mean, I might be... Yeah, falling into the same trap that I was talking about before, which is that live 2D, you're moving to the art. Don't really need to maintain the 3D-ness that much. But if you don't do it at the same time, it's like, then it's gonna look really shit, so... Where do we want to draw the line, I think? They don't really turn their head a lot. I feel like everyone just kind of have that same thing. So it might just be up to us to deal with this. Actually, how does the horns work? Oh, okay, I see. Yeah, the start and end there. I guess that also makes sense, right? But this, as it turns, should go further back. Oh my god, the hair. That's a style thing at the end of the day. It's not a style, it's not settled. I cannot guarantee the hair is gonna be done that way either. We have the pack now though. So we just need to put it together. Oh, I have this file actually. I think I bought this file. But they didn't rig up X and Y, I think. That's the part that I want to really look at, the X and Y, but I don't see X and Y here. Yeah, these guys are empty. Angle X and Y. Like, this head has a good amount of turn here. This turn here. This has a good amount of turn. So if you can see the hair, the years with this turn. Oh wait, this is a... I see. Okay, so that's not gonna work then. Never mind. Okay. Oh, this is pretty cool, yeah, but drawing other line art showing up and stuff like that. Oh, he has an entirely separate face here. Oh, I see. Wait, what? Right. Right? Yeah, like this. Like, this is cool. I feel like it's not moving as a plane. It feels like there's like a triangular base, and it's kind of following the triangular base as you do XY angles. It is kind of, the base is kind of sliding around though. Yeah, this has been really good as far as I found. Oh yeah, it's probably a proportion sequence actually that's running. Okay. I also have this file. I also bought this file. But I think this one also doesn't have X and Y, if I remember correctly. Oh no, I think it did, but it was just sliding it around with no other transformations done on it. So the warp deformer stayed constantly. It was just like sliding left and right. But there was no warping. Okay. So I'm gonna go over the class for this one. Which has 1, 2, 3, 4 parts. A total of about 2 hours again. I'm making my life so hard, by the way, because there's a lot of asymmetry in my character. The ears, asymmetrical. The eyes, kind of asymmetrical. It's just the base that's asymmetrical. And then the hair, for the most part, can be symmetrical, but there's asymmetrical parts that's going to be added as well. The back hair is entirely asymmetrical. And body textures, because of the scars, is also asymmetrical. But I just need to make the scars asymmetrical. Anyways, a lot of stuff. Right, so hierarchy-wise, so this is face, so this is head at Z, I think. So neck position, this says face Z, but it's basically the head Z in ours. So when the head sort of turns left and left, rotates left and right. We have all these different deformers. So the first one is the angle. Okay, what do they call this? Angle deformers. And this is the one that does the X and Y. So I think, oh wait, interesting. I was gonna say by virtue of the fact that they're using an angle deformer to do X and Y means that there's gonna be no warping. But I think what this is doing is just moving into the general position, and then subsequently making use of the different layers to then show the different position. I think. Yeah, we have position, we have a Z, and then we have up, down, we have just a random warp deformer. And then we have individual warp deformers for each part. Oh, I see. So the previous one is to get it into position, this one is to actually warp it for XY. Oh. Yeah, this looks so flat. Okay, they're just this is the abridged version, so they're skipping a bunch of stuff here. 大きな上下に応じた。Oh, I see. They're linking up the actual movement here. So they're doing the linking of the movement in... What is the software? Is this VTube Studio? Oh no, this is the VTube Studio equivalent that's made by Live2D themselves. It's called Nizima Live, I think. So they're doing it essentially in that other software instead of doing it the link up in the physics menu. So that's also a viable option, I think. But if you'll excuse me, I'm just gonna go watch the full video now and see what is it that they're doing here. Try to watch it as fast as possible. I don't want to sit here for 2 hours watching it. Ideally, we just find the setup, which we already found. And then if I can just confirm the parameters on each of those warp deformers. And what they do. And we are done with the tutorial. If you spend enough time, really, you can figure this out. Figure out a method that works for yourself, I think. It's just that I don't really want to spend that much time banging my head on walls. So just get the tutorial, pay some money, get the tutorial to bring us as close as possible. And then we'll go the rest of the way ourselves here. The first one is XY. This one turns. 上下。行きましょう。元の形。つぶるか。つぶれるのかな。回転させて潰す。Okay, this is a style problem. So this is a style problem. Style problem requires style solution. What am I talking about? Look kind of cropped out most of the years though. But this one is not good. This one doesn't have the down ear. It's kind of straight down. Okay, what do I want? Going with what they have would be the simplest. Ideally, we have something unique. Because I don't really like what they have, but I don't know what I want either. It's not like we have drawn a bunch of stuff like that either. Because the front view is very rarely drawn. Front view then with ears down, huh? Well, I will feel it though when I'm doing it. Okay. I don't want to jinx it, but we haven't crashed today, right? We haven't crashed today. It's like 5 hours in, we haven't crashed yet. Very cool. Oh. Yeah, the thing we did with the hair, that's very powerful with the shapes merging and stuff, the line art merging. Yeah, like when we turn, oh my god, the side bangs here is so good. Yoing, yoing, boing, boing. Wait, what? Hang on, what? I don't know why I recall seeing a lot of VTubers, I think, maybe not that many. I always remember them looking down, looking for things for some reason, like this, just kind of looking left and right. Maybe just looking at the keyboard or something. Anytime I'm tired, I'm just probably gonna start dozing off. Sleepingを外す。これなんだっけ? Okay, this video is really fast actually. Am I watching it on 2 times? No, right? How are they like talking this fast? They have no downtime in this. Like they're constantly explaining things and constantly moving and doing things. How is it possible that there's still 2 hours of content? はい、いや。XYQ 立体感、これが1の後の後の後。でもさ、これをするよりさ、逆に一つずつやった方がいいのでは。So I don't really like the way they're doing it, but at the same time, until I understand, I cannot do anything else. I need to know what each individual parameter is doing in order for this to work. Okay, so I think the problem is I'm too tired. I'm having issues understanding. But I do want to get more things done. So let me see, what's on my list? Oh yeah, proportion adjustments. That one's also like a big deal though. Proportion adjustments specifically is they have the deformation character chibi. どこだ？私だけの愛が欲しい。そうすればきっと僕らは比べないでいれ。あれこれ理由が欲しい。私だけ一人のような寂しい夜には何に抱きつけばいい。羨ましい。Subtitles, get out of here. あ、どういうこと？自分を好きでいたい。誰僕の背中に乗って泳いでて。Oh my god, the videos are actually very condensed, and the fact that it's still so long is kind of worrying. やばすぎるんだろうなこれ。But they're doing it the way I already know, is that they're just resizing stuff. That's the thing I want to avoid. I want to avoid resizing, because then you're not really changing proportions. They usually only change proportions for the face. So let me focus on that part and just understand what's happening here. 데포르메変形 このまま普通のデフォルメ変形をパラメータ紐付け。はいはいはい。でこれ長っ。1となっています。OK、OK、OK。何もやってないです。顔の と待って、これがデフォルメ変形 A から、それがブレンドシェイプで、パラメータがデフォルメ変形で、1になった時は100%のこっちの形。は？魔法？ Wait, what? なんで？タゴが尖っています。楽しそうやな。えぐい。Okay, we can try this just by virtue of the fact that we have the system set up. We have the face and all the different deformers, blah 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 blah. It's already here, right? We don't have to draw up the years and then remake the entire structure and figure out what's on what. So I'm gonna try it. They did something very magical that I don't understand how that works because I guess they didn't really explain it. But face. So we start off with angle XY. So who's on what? So what is the out? 何が何だか？このまんまか。これにつけるのか。顔の変形。あ、いや、ちょっと待って、後ろじゃない。下の方は顔の曲面、顔の輪郭線、顎下の曲面。His setup is different. But as far as I can understand, this should be the correct one to work this one. ちょっと待って。角度 XY が紐ついてる顔の曲面がこれだね。ST 形状に変化させていきます。OK。別にいいんだけど。下へね。はい。だから紐つけるためのブレンドシェイプはどういうこと？はい。顔の曲面を選択別の式を打ちます。はい。はい。これがデフォルメ8.0になったんです。紐付けた変形がなくならないようになりました。なんで？だからなんで？I don't know what the fuck is happening. Hang on. I'm just gonna do it. And we're gonna see what's gonna happen. I don't know what's happening. So, my god. Let me make a new folder here. Let me call it. お前だよ。What the fuck? Let me bring it down, dude. The hell? So I need two parameters here. I need a, let's call this SD deform toggle. And then I need one that is you know, I'm gonna call this lock because I don't actually know what it does, but it appears to just act as some kind of a lock. Okay, so sorry, this default is on. I guess it doesn't really matter. I can do it backwards. So I'm gonna call this lock. So when the lock is on, it will lock it in the deformed mode. I think is what I'm trying to go for here. So let's start with locking. So I want to go to limited. So he's using line 2, I have to use line 3 here, and then I will have to put it onto this deformer toggle. I'm gonna add that. で、こういうことで、これをつけたら1になったときは、めっちゃでかいにしてやるわい。やばい。やばい。えぐい。まあいいや。これえぐい。あ、まあまあまあ、いいんじゃない、いいんじゃない、いいんじゃない。OK, OK. Then what? Then he's saying that if I go X and Y, it's supposed to lock it, but it's not locking it. Nom 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 nom. It's not locking it. だからなんで何がなんだがどういうこと ?How? 紐つけないようにしましょうかな。ちょっと待って、アンドゥするわ。試しにさっきと同じように変形させてみたら、格納化するみたいな。いや、してない、してない、してない。壊れてます。何がなんだかも。なぜ Okay, since it's not working the way I think it is going to, I'm just gonna switch this. これ消します。ありがとうございます。せやな。お前じゃない？あ、そっか。つけてないから。もしもし。I see toggle, right? On line 2, right? Yeah, right? 今まだ何もしてない状態だよね。打ちます。打ちました。できた。So I did it. はい。なりました。どこNo, it just means that he did everything on the blend shape, right? That's all it does. That's all he did. But why is mine still kind of broken? Oh, you know why? Because of the face contour. I think it's because of this guy. Because this guy has specific keyframes on keyforms on these angles. So I guess he doesn't have this part. He doesn't have anything on the face. ああ、そもそも入ってるからこそなんか問題があるっていうのかな。ってことは、同時に、あれお前か。So because this is completely glued to that, so I don't really care about these guys. I care about this guy. And then as we turn, these guys have specific forms here. So if these did not exist, then we would have... We're still not keeping it though. Why? Because the blend shape here is meant to... Wait. Sorry, the blend shape is not even linked up correctly. Why is my blend shape not working actually now that I think about it? Because this guy has adjustments on this, that's fine. But if I select this and I put a keyframe on this, and I'm saying based on the limit shapes, that means that when SD oh sorry, is this... Hang on. Oh, what does this graph mean again? It means that when SD deformed toggle is on, I get 100%, right? I think that's what that means. So because this is 0, it doesn't actually do anything? この前のやつに入ってる。はい。1になった状態だけだよね。じゃあこうしなきゃ、こうしないといけないんだよね。こうすればええやんけ。いや、逆にもう縮まん。I don't know. Something like this. Oh, because I'm stupid. Okay. I think I'm just too tired because I am the one who put the weight onto this, right? So unless this is at 100%, this thing is not active. Kind of works, I suppose. So that gives us the face proportion granularity of adjustments. What if I want to change position and proportion of the eyes? He's gonna go on to fix the, for example, the chin and stuff. Okay, let me just see what they have for me. Oh, I see. Keeping this max means it's always active, so whenever the toggle is on, it will automatically perform that thing. That's why the default is on 1. Makes sense. So everything else is just a different version. So if you have 9 different angles for XY for the face, you're gonna have 18 now. Because you have to remake the proportion for each one of them. Oh shit, hang on, let me think. He is able to copy and paste. Why? Because the warp deformer keeps everything in the warp deformed state. That's only if the warp deformer is clean. How clean is this warp deformer actually? Yeah, I think this is why like keeping all the changes on very specific, like done very specifically, is important. Our warp deformer is kind of jank in certain areas. So suppose I make changes on the face here. So when this is on, let's say I want to make the face a little bit more rounded. Right, then when I turn, each one of these needs to be adjusted manually. Wait, no, he's copy and pasting. How is he copy and pasting? What's he copy and pasting actually? The whole thing? This wouldn't work because it would just shift it back. It doesn't. Wait, what? I just slapped myself. What the fuck? No, I cannot do that because... Can I do that? It doesn't really matter actually. If I'm gonna go for quality, then I should always do the control myself. Which means making this movement myself here. Why is it doing weird stuff? So I can make that change myself. It's flat. It's flat. Oh my god. Okay, I don't like that these guys are moving. There are tricks to deal with this though. You can always copy and paste the mesh over to make sure that it doesn't move. So let's say, oops, everything outside, I don't want it to move. So I can copy it first. Then when I move this, it's gonna change a bunch of other stuff. I can paste the shape again. Wait, what? Dang it. Control C? Control V? I paste the entire mesh again. How about Control Shift C? Yeah, there we go. Okay, so it's Control Shift. And so this is kind of broken. That's kind of weird, but it's fine. I'm very inclined to just do this manually because this seems to be a lot of issues. I'm kind of scared, essentially, because copy and pasting, duplicating and shifting stuff around might be bad. So that should be everything. So now we actually have like a more like a chibi face. It's got a little bit of bumps on it, but we're testing specifically just the yeah, so now we have this. Okay. What if we have multiple ways of toggling this? Then we just duplicate everything. We have two toggles, and then so everything here will be duped. So theoretically, we can have as many as we want, I think. やばいやばいやばいやばい。あいや。頭の位置の調整、顔の回転、頭の位置の調整だと、だってこの上でしょ。じゃあ、回転デフォルマーで。So this would be, let's say deformer toggle. Hello, hello. I don't know if this will work. Does this actually work in the other one? Oh shit, it kinda does work with everything else still in place. How about Mr. Center? Ah, kimo. Mata kore ka. Ah, kimoi. Okay, this is not... Okay, this is a lot of stuff. And this is a lot of stuff to go through. These few points here, just right here, is a lot of things to go through. Okay. Yeah, so he's putting more movement on these guys here. So they will be put it on this specifically, I guess. Yeah, na, そうなるよね。これは？これまたやばい。また。で、例えば、で、こっちも、お前もね、お前も、これもこれでいい。よいしょ。So this, yeah, this allows the toggle to control everything at the same time, but it also allows the ones that can work with blend shapes, because blend shapes prevent the need to do all the different patterns. So now blend shapes can allow... Okay, great. Cool story, broski. Kind of weird. Okay. as long as we toggle this. Interesting, interesting. It's kind of exciting because this means that we can toggle a bunch of different proportions and styles. Well, maybe not strictly styles because that really involves rendering, but just proportions. Anytime we want, I can make multiple different stylizations for the proportion. Because I hate myself. What is the blend shape? Karadaなんちゃらかんちゃらで。The rest will be the body. I think in our case, we don't actually want to have a chibi toggle. I don't really want a chibi toggle. We might end up making it anyways, but it's definitely at the very bottom of the list. What we do want is just different proportions, which mainly is the face. If we ever need to change the body proportions, I think then and only then will I come back to visit this video, because there's no need to go through this right now. I'm too tired to understand what's happening. So I'm just gonna ignore it, but it does appear to me that it's something that you can do at the very end. I mean, that's the whole point, I think. A lot of these things are done at the end, so most of these tutorials are catering to that. So we can just rig our usual thing without worrying too much. The one thing that I think I do have to figure out myself is... Oh no, wait a second. Yeah, the thing I want to do is change proportions. Okay, so here's an example, right? Sorry, I figured I should probably just send the artist link here. この人でしたっけ? Right, so this is the artist. I'm gonna send the reference here. But let's say we have like a proportion, the face proportion I want it to be like this, where the mouth is lower and closer to the edge. And then we have eyes that are more squarish, stuff like that. These involve changes on the mesh directly. That means I have to go straight, at least for the eyes, I have to go straight to the eye here. I'm gonna have to click on this base here. You know what, let's do it on the right eye, since the left eye already has some junk on it. Wait, no, it's precisely... No, right eye has the same junk. Actually, no, it's fine. We have... Yeah, we have this part here. So really what I'm saying is, if I want to have a blend shape, what does that look like though? If I do it like this, now what? So if I want to move this to fit this, right? So that's a very... Is that? I don't know. But let's say I want to change the image of this character right now. Maybe we do something like this. Right, stuff inside will be difficult. So I think that means that we might have to separate all of them out into layers. Oh, right. Do I have to apply that myself? Wait. Shit. So this guy has the keyform on this. Oh, okay. I have to do every single one of these manually. So this way, when this is off, it just goes back. And when it's in this state, what happens when I open the eye? It will be kind of broken. So we will also have to do something like this blend shape for this eye. Not only is it limited on that, but it will also have to limit itself on eye left open at. This way, when eye left open is at max. Sorry, what did I even set it to? It's 100% at 1.2. No,逆だわ。逆。待って、どうやって消す？これ消して、まあ逆やね。Yeah, it's a what? High pass filter, low pass filter. I forgot what the numbers are. But let's say I want to move that to 1.0. Right, so when I go up here, it should be 0 though. It's still clearly doing the transform. What if I delete this? It doesn't affect it. So when eye left open is 100%, I'm getting 0% from the blend shape, no? Is that not what that means? I should return to this state for the eyes. Oh, you know why? Because this is eye left open. I'm just stupid. Okay. Too tired. Eye right open. My god. That makes sense. And then using this technique, we can then also do it on the frame. Oh my god, yeah, okay. So this is a huge amount of work to do this. If we want to change this. So from this shape of the eye, we can turn it a little bit flatter. I can see why nobody bothers doing this, because by then you're just doing a different character at that point. So what is the difference then, right? You might as well do a new character. Okay. So what are we doing here? We want to have... so basically you're adding blend shape toggle for parts that can accept that. For others, and then limit weight such that it is only active on the param toggle being 1. Then see if this blend shape always active if you want. So adding param toggles for other parts. Such as face XY to make chin more brown. bunch of patterns. Actually, I think I understand the implication of doing that. I don't have to write that down. I think the same thing happens for expressions. So you're saying that you're gonna probably make a toggle for the expression. When the expression is on, certain parts of the face would be deformed by blend shapes. And because it is blend shapes, the original stuff will still continue to work. So if I were to make a toggle for, let's say jitome, and should this toggle be a toggle? Should it be a blend shape? The one below we had 2. A blend shape is ideal because that's what we want to work with right now. So let's use blend shape first. Oh my god, undertail. Might get really loud later, but so jitome means that I want it to be a blend shape. So anything that needs this, I would have to blend it down. So let's say I put it on, right? I'm just gonna put it on. Turn this on. I turn this into a jitome. There's a lot of stuff that needs to be fixed, but I'm gonna do the bare minimum here required. So as long as this is on, we'll have this. And then when the eyes blink,いけたね。OK、次。これは取っちゃって。映っちゃって。Yeah, I mean, today wasn't very conducive, for people to join because I'm mostly watching tutorial videos. I'm mostly just trying to learn and figure things out by talking out loud. So I don't think it would have been very respectful to call people here and then just ignore them basically for the entire stream. There's also the fact that, you know, if I'm actually doing things that requires a lot of focus like this, I also, yeah, don't want to get too distracted here. So, okay. So what do we have here? The fuck is stuck. Oh my god, I forgot to put the goddamn blend shapes. I suck, dude. So annoyed. I have to redo this again. I mean, it's just copy and pasting. Oh, I'm so tired. I should probably stop after this. I'm dying. Not that one, not that one, not that one. This one. We're so close. I always say that because I'm learning so much every day and it feels like I'm making so much progress, but there's so much to learn. There's so many things that you can do. And all of these different parts interacting with each one another. There's just so many things that you can do. And But it's super cool though. Like I can kind of see the final image in my head. I can kind of see it. Not the best, but I can kind of see it. I can even make this like chibi and have the jitome. So we have an expression here, for example. And I'm curious if this expression, when toggled... Oh shit, that was a serious lag. So I can keep this expression here. My eyes is still tracking. It's still moving. And what happens if I blink? Can I blink? Please blink. Oh, it's playing around with this. Hang on. I need to make sure it doesn't touch this parameter. I still haven't figured out where the hell I can take this off of that parameters that's going to be touched. I mean, automatically moved here. It's not cursor tracking. Dang it, dude. I know there's a place that you can set it. I want to have it at Jitome and then I want to see it blink. Oh yeah, okay, so this is broken. That is expected. Actually, I kind of forgot that we need to fix that. So I'm just gonna select everything that has this on. And then we're just gonna put the limits on. So Jitome, 6 targets to be edited, and then on oh, they should do it for their own side though, actually. Yeah, they should do it for their own side. So this guy, and the frame. You. So 3 guys to be edited. The Jitome form for left eye open. I'm going to say that it's only active when it's open. Oh shit. Add. Okay, that kind of changes the amount of movement a little bit because of the way this works. So really, we don't want this, actually. I might just... Oh. We might just have one at maybe like 0.3 or something. I cannot reach my keyboard. Alright, so this maintains that shape for a bit longer. You. Right, open, add. What? So now if I do this, Jitome place. Okay, it's kind of broken when I open up like that. So at 100% here, I should still have to turn it off, I think. But then now we can get expressions in here. Okay. I want to be a little bit more rigorous with the research. So I think like this is definitely something that will work. But just to be sure, just to be 100% sure, I'm going to go through all the hours and hours of tutorials that I found. Just to make sure that everyone is doing similar things. But so far it has, it does appear like the expressions is fundamentally similar to the changing of proportion. Blend shapes on relevant shapes. Am I crazy? Anyways, so right. So the only part that's left that I do still need to verify is that if we trigger this Jitome parameter in VTube Studio, it doesn't lock up the eyes entirely. It shouldn't, because blend shapes are fundamentally... Okay, how should I put this? I believe the lockup that happens in VTube Studio is saying that if you toggle this parameter to 1 in VTube Studio, it is always going to be at 1. There will be no other nonsense that can change this value. So you don't want to be locking values like angle, x, and y, because that means that it no longer tracks your face. But if the change is effected via this parameter onto the other parameter, and you're locking this one and not the other ones directly, the other ones should still be free to move, essentially. So these eye open and closes should be free to move. And we will still maintain this Jitome sort of expression. And then we can then subsequently perform proportional changes. Right? Kind of squished. A little bit squished, but everything else should function accordingly. And yes. Actually, I cleared the bare minimum requirement necessary for me to start rigging, because the fact that this is done using blend shapes and it seems to be working, and everything I know is suggesting that this shouldn't cause any problems, means that I can just start rigging and leave all of these to be researched and discovered near the end. I mean, I'll do the research earlier though. I'll do it this weekend. That will clear different expressions. That will clear this. The usage of expressions in VTube Studio, I have an idea of how to do it. You will open the animation tab here. You would look at the, I believe the parameters. I don't know how you access the parameters. Oh, somewhere over here. You will make a new scene or something. I don't know how to physically use this UI yet. But you will make a animation that just basically turns the Jitome, for example, variable from 0 to 1. And that's it. I mean, ideally, it will turn all the other expression toggles to 0 at the same time as well. So that if you accidentally press an expression after another expression without disabling that one first, this one will automatically disable that one as well. And then there's a difference between... no, actually, I don't know enough to talk about that just yet. We'll deal with that eventually down the line. So if we can just get a expression file that does this, in VTube Studio, link it up to a hotkey. You press the hotkey, you enter the state. You carry on doing whatever it is that you were doing. In our case, we will do the animation, we'll link it out in VTube Studio, and then our script will pull all of the coded programmed expressions directly from VTube Studio, and then trigger it via VTube Studio. We also have the option of not setting it on VTube Studio, and not bothering with the animation stuff here, and just directly send signals into the VTube Studio to trigger this parameter to hold it at 1. But I think that's a bit harder to do, because VTube Studio is what's the word? Communication is WebSocket, right? So it has to be real time, it has to be constantly feeding the data in. And I think it just simply be easier if we set up the toggles. Number 1 is easier, because we just toggle it once, from the script's point of view. Number 2, the model herself will be complete, because we have everything that is necessary just already there. There's no need for additional logic or anything else that's too special. So, yeah. We are very close. We're very close to understanding everything it is that we need to know. If I can just figure out the years, that would be the last major thing that's holding us back. Everything else is iteration and design. And then, you know, some fancy stuff like halos and mouth rebridger, tail movement, glitter. Glitter is pretty straightforward now. Relatively speaking, like glitter is like not even worth talking about now. Oh, right, we have a big thing, it's just the unpositioned toggle. So this one is a big thing. It's not necessary. Okay, it's decently high priority, because this is the whole reason we're here. Like, the whole reason that I want to make this model is so I can use one myself, but it's gotten to the point where it's just like my own character, that's it. So if we can toggle her arms, make her hold like a plushie, which is currently under design. I do have some miscellaneous experience in that, and I want to make it such that it is possible to one day maybe make this plushie in real life. So the design, I want it to be accounting for a little bit more of that, so that eventually down the line, if we ever get it made, I might just commission one, a custom one anyways. But eventually when we get it made, it wouldn't be too different from what we are already seeing, you know, in the original Live 2D design. I don't want there to be that gap in expectation. So I'm taking some time to deal with that as well. And then, yeah, I have some ideas of what I want to give her, but just save it for the review, I suppose. We can make one for a mascot, we can make one for something else. We can make one of her herself as well. That is the little texture toggle. Okay, I'm just like memeing at this point because I'm thinking like, you know, if I'm adding proportional changes like this to make her look like a different, slightly different stylization, can I swap out every single texture on the fly? You know, we have a random toggle. We have a vote in the chat. Like I can have a bot in the chat that monitors chat and be like, hey, do you want a style change? And then everyone can vote. And then if it passes, it just toggles. It just toggles 100 different textures to another different 100 textures. Yeah, I hate myself, basically, if I ever do this. Jewel tutorial. Okay, yeah, I actually paid money, so I can actually see that now. Face angles. How much? It's just not. It's like okay, yeah, this part is. Okay, so default. What is the one thing that I can try right now? I just had an epiphany, but I kind of forgot. Oh yes, the delayed movement with respect to X and Y. So I do believe I haven't really linked that up. So right now, whenever we move, we are changing X and Y angles directly, like this. And that's fine and all. But we can do fancier stuff, such as passing through a physics pendulum thingy before we actually actuate the actual stuff that's on X and Y. But how are we gonna do that? So number one, I need to duplicate. Number two, I need to change the name. I guess X2 is fine for me. This is fine. I want to then move all of the values from X over to X2. And I want to move from Y to Y2. Cool. So now everything should have been moved over. So when I come in here and I try to move things, nothing moves anymore. And then instead of moving it directly, I will add a angle y, X and Y here. It will take the actual X. Oops. And then put it onto the fake X. But the fake X is the one that actually has everything on it. So now I can still move everything. It should be angled. Sorry, what are you doing? Then you can see that now we actually have pendulum movement, pendulum effects on that thing. You don't really want it to be shaking like that anyways, but we can turn that off pretty easily. And honestly, I don't know why anyone would really need to do this. The only thing I can think of is that because as long, like whenever values are not directly fed into the animation, it basically acts as a form of smoothing, right? It's kind of like when you're drawing in the Clip Studio Paint, you have smoothing as a setting. I think it essentially is the same idea. But at the same time, it's passing through this physics thing, so the reaction time now becomes a factor. So I do want to make this a little bit faster. At 2 is basically the same as before, honestly. Like, there's no difference anymore. If I put this to 1, what does this do? I think it's just reacting even faster. It's peaking on my values, I think. Yeah, I have no idea why you would do this, honestly. But it's here now, I suppose. Okay, yeah, you know what? I don't think this is worth doing it, just because, unless we know what this can be used for, or there's a need for this. If not, the additional map is probably just gonna lag things out. Not to mention the fact that the output here is a bit harder to control. Because depending on how much you move here, this scaling is a constant, right? Once the model is done and exported. That means the output is it's harder to control. Would it be harder to control? It would be harder to control, right? But it's passed through a bunch of math, so it'd be a bit different than before. But it should still be a linear transformation. It's a linear function, is it not? But anyways, right now I can just move this back. Alright. Right now I'm gonna just move these back. Sorry, where's my angle X? And this just brings us back to normal. Which is a lot more responsive. Yeah, so that makes sense. Smoothing makes things slower. Wee, wee, wee. Okay. So I left the reference thing open the whole time, didn't I? Oh man, we're so close. We are so close, dude. But I think I'm just gonna stop here. I'm too tired to follow tutorials. And we've done quite a bit. We've been pretty effective and efficient today. I have to go ahead, I think, to begin rigging up the face. The stream, ending the stream, so close to ending the stream. Yes, we learned some new techniques with the hair. We experimented with the stuff. We understand some of the challenges that's going to come with this new technique, as well as some of the bonuses. So primarily with the way that the hair line art is working. So these guys, the line art automatically sort of adjusts with respect to the moving forms. We have stuff like underside of the hair. We can make this line art disappear, but still ensure that there's line art at the face here by doing some trickery. Right, and then all these different parts here, they also work. We have merging shapes, we have shadows that come out. That's the main thing for today, that most of the hair stuff. What else is there? Underside hair, eye parallax. Different expressions. We have a good basic understanding of expression changes as well as proportion changes. Most importantly, understanding that it can be done at the end. If that's the case, I don't have to be too worried. I understand that the ears seems to be quite a bit more work than I anticipated. So I want to be a little bit more patient with that. And even after all these testing, there's still a lot of stuff that I have never done before yet. For example, the hair that is, you know, this part of the head, in between the front and the back. There's hair here that needs to be sorted out. The back hair needs to be sorted out, especially because she has very messy and a lot of hair. So the back hair is going to be very difficult to sort out. And Yeah, there's some nonsense with the back of the head as well, where the textures slide in and out depending on turning. And not to mention, I still haven't designed on all of our clothing yet. Still have no idea about the clothing. I still have to draw the position. I still have to rig the mascot. That is what I'm actually going to be using. But I'm just going to do something stupid for that one. And then... yes. There is testing here that needs to be done. 2 sets of parameters for eyes and everything. As far as I understand, like, it doesn't really matter. Because VTube Studio, based on my own usage of VTube Studio, I know that the parameters that your eyes actually change is different from the eye parameter that's actually in here. Even though they're named very similarly, but you have to hook it up in VTube Studio. So I think it doesn't really matter how many eye opens and how many eye closes we have. Actually, there's no eye close. As long as you rig it up correctly in the thing, it will be fine. So, that's the VTS testing. What locks, what doesn't? Double. So, more than one set of eyes, of eye params. Okay. So on Monday, I think we definitely continue doing this nonsense. As for what I'll be doing, I have no idea, because it depends on the progress I make over the weekends. So, but yes, anyways, that's kind of it. Thank you guys for joining me. I am very tired. I'm sorry I'm just ranting on for this entire stream. I think that's what streamers are supposed to do. But I don't think what I'm doing is very entertaining. It's very dry, it's very tiring, but hopefully it's gonna pay off at the end. We have until the end of September. Based on current progress, we should be able to come up with something pretty good. So I'm looking forward to that myself as well. And again, thank you guys. Have a good night. See you soon. Bye bye.